Come back in a few seconds.
Recorded for the camera now session. Judge Page Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order.
All right, it is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated.
What? Oh no. Don't do that. Don't do that. No.
Am I misinformed?
No. Don't do that.
All right.
Just continue with the trial.
Y'all need a minute in private? Yes. Okay. All right, we can recess.
Oh my goodness. That is a definite no. Oh yeah, thank you. I had some technical difficulties, but we here. Hey, y'all. A non-negotiated plea is basically where you don't have an agreement with the prosecutors. You do an open plea and you let the judge decide your punishment. So that means Judge Whitaker can decide whether she wants to give him probation or whether she wants him to go to prison. It's too much uncertainty when you do an open plea like that. And I believe in Georgia, you cannot withdraw your plea because you don't like the sentence the judge gives you. So I think that'd be a very bad idea. No, don't do it. Yeah, do not do that. That's bad. Now with a negotiated plea, I think it's similar in Georgia as it is here in Texas. The prosecutor and the defense agree to a certain amount of either jail time or probation, whatever the case may be. And if the judge does not accept the plea, she may say, I don't like that plea. He needs more time, or I think it's too much time. He needs less time. Then the defendant can withdraw his guilty plea and proceed as if he never entered a guilty plea because the judge did not follow the agreement. You can withdraw your guilty plea. But with a non-negotiated plea, an open plea to the court where you let the judge decide your punishment, you can't withdraw your plea. You're stuck. Especially it depends on what he's pleading guilty to. If the maximum 20 years, that means the judge can go anywhere from probation to 20 years. So I think that'd be a very bad idea. I don't even know why they would bring this to the table. I mean, and sometimes if you have a smart judge and a fair judge, then you can trust that judge to make the right decision in some cases. And they got to be a judge I really trust for me to just do an open plea, if you will, to where the judge can decide. And sometimes open pleas are best. Let's say it's a drug charge, something that's easily provable. It's against the law to possess a certain drug. Your client got caught with the drug in his pocket, admitted it was his or her drug, and the prosecutors don't want to give you a fair deal. Maybe your client has criminal history, and you have a fair judge. The judge might say, okay, go to a treatment program and then probation, or give you the minimum amount of jail time. But with Paige Reese Whitaker, I don't trust it. I do not trust it. Somebody said don't trust her. No, see, get them, Joe. The distinction is the judge had nothing to do with the pleas that were accepted this week. That was negotiated between the prosecutors and the defense. So they went in already knowing what the penalty was going to be. And if the judge said no, then you could easily withdraw your guilty plea and continue with trial like it never happened. Now, sometimes some judges grant limited rights to appeal. I mean, but the it's not the plea itself or the punishment that may be appealable. It may be an example like the voluntariness. You say, I was forced to take this plea. So they limit your right to an appeal. You can only appeal certain small issues. And from my understanding, Donovan Thomas' family is there, according to a reporter, Mrs. Kathy from Law and Crime. Let me get back over there to see if she has any updates. Yeah, I don't know what this was about. This is bad. This is bad. I mean, I don't know why they got, families of Donovan Thomas at the courthouse and probably other families there. And you have Young Thug on camera pondering whether to accept a guilty plea or not. And we got to remember the jury's still watching this. And we don't know what they might, I mean, technically they're not supposed to be watching it, but we don't know what they might gather from this. And they say, okay, well, he's considering pleading guilty. Is he really guilty? Or on the flip side of that, maybe they say he following his conviction. He's innocent and he's going to fight it all the way through. This is absolute insanity. And I don't like it one bit because I don't like. We saw what Judge Whitaker did to Moontung because she said he wasn't following, he wasn't taking court serious enough. When the professionals in the courtroom have never taken anything serious. So she sent Moontung to prison for 5 years. And y'all think it's a good idea to make an open plea to her, hoping that she grants probation? And maybe she will. But that's too much uncertainty for my liking. Like I said earlier, it's only a handful of judges I trust like that in my area. A small handful. But someone said, I think it was Ms. Deborah C., what is the rush now? I mean, why not continue with trial like we've been doing? And then they have the families there. Mr. Deborah C., he has the best lawyers. I know still doesn't want him to take that plea. What's the rush? Mm-mm. Car Global said, I think she's going to spare Thug, watch and see. I mean, she has the option. I'm not saying she won't. But what I'm saying, the decisions she made thus far seem to heavily favor the prosecutors. I mean, she already said that she was trying to help them. She already said she's trying to fix their sloppiness. And I know it's tough on Young Thug. He's seeing his friends getting all these deals, but for whatever reason, Fonnie Willis doesn't want to play ball with him. And it just depends. What is he pleading guilty to? Is he pleading guilty to RICO, where the maximum penalty is years in prison, or is he pleading guilty to a lesser offense? But I wouldn't let the judge decide anything that can have me in prison longer than the time I already served. So if I already did 3 years and the judge has discretion for 5, 10, 20, no. Right. Judge gave Moontoon 5 years for not testifying how unloved wanted him to testify. There's no telling how much time she'd give Thug. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah, if y'all don't mind hitting the like button, the people that's in there and the people that may watch later, this is insanity. And it almost seems as if the prosecutors are trying to make it seem like Thug is responsible for Donovan Thomas. I mean, because why is the family there for his plea? Yeah. We don't know though, get him, Joe. We don't know. Because I thought 5 was over. I thought that was too much for Moontung. Yeah, this is. And you can tell Young Thug was not happy with that. That was crazy. Let's go back and look at that again. And I'll watch it on another stream. Whenever they come back, we'll fast forward it. see if I can go find it really quick here. Golly, it's been that much time already.
All right, it is my understanding that the state and Mr. Williams were very close to a negotiated agreement, but have reached an impasse, and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct?
Who was the lady in the blue? She's not even looking at him.
Am I misinformed? All right.
Mm-mm.
All right, we can recess.
Okay, somebody said that's the family. I mean, because you could tell normally if somebody's talking or you're trying to figure out what they're going to do, watch everybody else in the courtroom. They look at that person because they're like, what are you going to do? Look at that person, look upside their head, like, what you waiting on? But the girl in the blue did not turn around. Like her head stayed forward. So I wonder if she's part of the family. Her right here. Look at everybody else's head in the courtroom. Everybody looking at Young Thug trying to figure out what he's going to do. Him. But her, she's looking straight forward. Even Shannon turned around late. But she did not budge.
Am I misinformed?
You definitely misinformed woman. No. All right, y'all. This is insanity. Oh, thank you so much. No weapon formed against me. Wait, give me a second. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member of this channel. Definitely appreciate that. It's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Oh man. Y'all. Oh, let me do it like this. Yeah, I'm making a, let me see. I just want to see where y'all at as far as that question. Should Young Thug enter an open plea and let the judge decide his sentence? That's what I want to know. I mean, why today? I have no idea why today. She said everybody voted fast. But it's crazy though, because we have a 3-1 decision. 75% saying yes, 25% saying, or vice versa. 75% is saying no, the judge shouldn't decide. 25% is saying yes. Let the judge decide. Trust her. She's going to give you probation, or she's going to take it easy on you. She's going to give you the minimum. I don't know. And it often happens when two sides can't agree. You just let the judge decide. And Jiggy is saying you have a better chance with the judge as opposed to the state, clearly. The only difference in distinction is if you don't agree with the prosecutors, then you can continue with your trial. You haven't lost anything. Prosecutors say 20 years and you saying no, absolutely not. Okay. Nobody lost anything. If the judge says 20 years after you enter in your guilty plea, you're stuck like Chuck. You're absolutely stuck. You can't say, oh no, never mind, judge. I want to continue with my trial. Car Glover said, trust her. It's crazy work. Miss Deborah C said, just wait until tomorrow. Yeah, I agree. I think he's having reservations. I mean, clearly, he did not have his mind made up. And I don't think Young Thug want to say the words out of his mouth, guilty, after everybody's been fighting so hard. The public, his friends, family, supporters. But at the same time, his family, his children, they may be saying, come home. Take the chance, roll the dice with Paige. She's going to give you probation. If the other guys got off with a good deal and they had all of those charges that we heard the previous days, surely Judge Whitaker would take it easy on you. I'm telling y'all, if he accepts this plea, Fonnie Willis would trip over herself to get a press conference set up immediately before the election. Right before the election, she get a guilty plea, and let's say Young Thug goes to jail, like he's sentenced to prison. Y'all won't be able to sit her down. Her or I'm sure they're gonna bring in the chief of police for Atlanta. The same people that was at the press conference. You're gonna bring in the sheriff and saying, you come to our county, crime would not be tolerated. This would serve as an example to others. You know, all of that. You know how they do. I don't know, y'all. I think it's been rushed. Maybe the judge said, okay, today, and that's it, and we're going to continue with the trial. Maybe. I think she's rushing them. Thug would join Moontoon relying on Paige for empathy. Yeah. And then we got to think about his career. If he has a felony conviction, can he go overseas? That's why Special Hardaway said he don't need to take no felonies. Jiggy said, ain't pay all that money and sit in jail this long just to say I'm guilty. Ain't no way. And we don't know. Maybe he's wore out. Maybe he's tired. Keys Mobile said he may be deflated. Road Dog said, why would he accept? Okay, let's go.
All right. Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, Mr. Williams, where are we? Ready to go forward? All right. Y'all coming up here to the podium.
He's going forward, y'all. He's going forward. I agree, Brittany.
All right, Sergeant, can you swear in Mr. Williams?
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. That's your name, first and last. You might just spell first and last. Take the word and count.
Jeffrey Williams, Jefffery, Williams.
Let's see if he rolled the
Good
dice
afternoon,
good.
Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Are you the same Jeffrey Williams indicted in case number? Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
actually, have we all signed the indictment, or are we going to do that afterwards? Because I don't have a copy of it.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't believe that we have.
Okay, probably be a good idea to do that.
Does anyone have a copy? 'Cause you don't? Okay.
Where's the one we were using yesterday? We'll do that in just a minute. You can go ahead with the colloquy.
And Your Honor, we don't have the waiver form as well. I believe that the court had one.
I've got blanks. Y'all filled one out, right?
We have.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, are you the same Jeffrey Williams indicted in case number 22SC 1833572?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also known as Young Thug?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not been given today?
No.
How old are you?
33.
And how far have you gone in school?
9.
Say that one more time.
9.
Okay. Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you are charged with the following offenses? Conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, participation in criminal street gang activity, the leadership charge, participation in criminal street gang activity, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, 3 counts, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a machine gun. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges, and that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you will continue to receive a jury trial?
Yes.
And have you received this waiver of rights form that I hold in my hand from your attorney and reviewed it with your attorney?
Yes.
All right. And is this your signature on the bottom of this form?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in indictment 22 SC 183572, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need additional time to discuss this case with your attorneys?
No.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, do you on behalf of Mr. Williams waive a formal reading of this indictment?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
And do you, Mr. Williams, waive any and all defects in this indictment, including any with respect to your name?
Yes.
Have you been arrested on these charges?
Yes.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you or your attorneys know of any outstanding warrants related to these charges?
Any what?
Outstanding warrants related to any of the charges in the indictment?
No,
No.
I don't believe so either, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm unaware of any as well, Your Honor.
I am as well.
Thank you. Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each of the crimes that you are charged with?
Yes.
And each of the charges that you are pleading guilty to?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the charges that Mr. Williams faces, count 1 carries a minimum charge of 5 years and a maximum charge of 20 years in prison, or up to a $25,000 fine, or both.
Isn't it a $15,000 fine, because wasn't it the version of the statute in effect at the time, or was that the same for RICO? Was RICO 25?
Yes,
Back-
RICO is
okay.
25.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Count 56 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison, a maximum of 20 years in prison, consecutive to any other sentence, with a fine of $10,000 to $15,000, or both.
Okay.
Count 57 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison and a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Count 58 carries a minimum sentence of 1 and a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Count 59 carries a sentence range of 5 to 30 years in prison. Count 60 carries a sentence.
Hang on, slow down just a second. All right, and that's for the amount of that drug that was found on 59, 5 to 30?
That's as a result of the charge itself, I believe, with intent to distribute.
I think that 59, Your Honor, is
Uh-huh.
simple possession of cocaine. I have to look at the indictment to be
I think
sure.
that's 60.
Okay.
Let me look.
Okay.
59 is codeine and
Yes,
60 is cocaine.
yes.
So,
Your Honor, it is with the intent to distribute. So my reading of the statute is that it carries the range of 5 to 30.
okay.
And Your Honor, also, as I have the indictment in my hand from Ms. Rosser, may I pass it to counsel for Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll permit time for
ahead.
them to. Okay. Count 60 carries a range of 1 to 5 years in prison. Count 61 carries a mandatory 5 years consecutive to the underlying felony. Count 62 carries a sentence of 10 years consecutive for a total maximum exposure of 120 years in prison. Were you aware of that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Wow, 120-year max.
Do you understand that neither the court nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole or the Department of Corrections or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that if you are sentenced to confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections, no one can guarantee parole?
You can say yes.
Well,
She asked you, you say that.
Oh, yes, yes,
guarantee
ma'am.
parole.
Your Honor, may I allow Mr. Williams time to finish signing the indictment?
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe they know something we don't know. I do not know.
Your Honor, with permission, may I approach with a member of Mr. Williams' team?
You may.
I'm sure they both are going to want to approach. Well, so it appears his maximum exposure is 120 years in prison. This is crazy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he feel lucky today, but he's definitely rolling the dice. This is really going to be bad for the remaining two, because we still have Shannon Stillwell and Diamante Kendrick, who are the only two left. And that's going to look really bad when the jury comes back and it's only two people left, because the others have pled guilty, including Young Thug. We don't even know if the cameras will remain in the courtroom. They should, though. Let's see. Yeah.
Mr. Williams, do you understand that this is a non-negotiated plea of guilty, and that since your guilty plea is a blind plea or a non-negotiated plea, the state is making a recommendation of sentencing to the court, notwithstanding the fact that this is a blind plea? You understand that, Mr. Williams? Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you aware of the state's previous offer that was turned down prior to your making this non-negotiated plea?
Yes.
All right.
What was it?
And Your Honor, at this time, the state is making a recommendation of 45 years with 25 to serve in custody, followed by 20 on probation, subject to the special requirements of 1615 the gang statute.
All right, and do you want to break down for me what your recommended sentence on each count is?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is recommending on count 1 5 years to serve. Count 56, 20 years to serve consecutively to count 1. Count 57, 5 years of probation to serve consecutively to count 56. Count 58, 10 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57. Count 59, 5 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57 and 58. Count 60, 5 years of probation concurrent with count 57, 58, and 59. Count 61, 5 years of probation consecutive to count 57. And count 62, 10 years of probation consecutive to count 61.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Williams, did you discuss the state's previous offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right, and so we're all clear that we're talking about the same thing. Can you put what the state's previous offer was on
Thank
the
you.
record for me, please?
I can, Your Honor.
Thank
That's
you.
what I wanted to know.
The state's previous offer was a total of 43 years
Oh, goodness.
with 20 to serve, 20 years, 5 years to serve on count 56, commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation. On count 58, the sentence was 10 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to count 56. Count 59 was 3 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56 and 58. Count 60 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, and 59. Count 61 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, 59, and 60.
Oh, well, that's
Is that the
crazy.
entirety of
No.
what the sentence was?
No, Your Honor,
I mean, I
I'm
know
still
there were
reading.
special conditions, so y'all were
There
going
are.
to null pros,
We,
what,
yeah,
1
yeah.
and 62?
yes, as part
Okay.
of the recommended sentence, in exchange for the defendant agreeing to the special conditions that we asked the court to impose, the state was willing to null pros count 1, count 57, and count 62.
Okay, and then all of that consecutive to the probation, that was going to be what we call backloaded, and what were y'all proposing with regard to that, since it was
The
going to
total-
follow the probated sentence?
The total sentence was 43 years to serve, with the first 5 years in prison commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed by 23 years in prison, which would have been served in confinement, except that if defendant had complied with the special conditions of probation imposed as part of this sentence, the backloaded portion of defendant's sentence would have been commuted. However, should defendant had violated any special condition of probation within the first 15 years of his sentence, his probated sentence would have immediately been revoked, and he would have been required to serve the entire remainder of his sentence confined to the Georgia Department of Corrections.
All right, so as long as he had successfully completed
He would
his
have no
15
time.
years of probation, the 23 years
It's
that was going
gone.
to follow it was going to be commuted to time served as long as his probation was successful. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow.
Special, would the court like for us to?
No, I was really more interested in the,
Okay, y'all, really quickly. So what the judge is saying, the 23 years would have been suspended as long as he completed 15 years of probation. So he could have came home today. I don't know why he didn't take that. Let's keep listening.
the length of sentence and what y'all had. I know you didn't reach agreement, but y'all, that's what the last offer had been, with, of course, a bunch of special conditions, which I guess is where the hangup was. I don't know.
Right, defendant did not want to agree to the
Okay.
special conditions.
All right. Is that basically your understanding too, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Steele
It
and
would
Mr.
have been,
Adams?
yes, Your Honor, Mr. Williams would have been released today for
Right.
15 years on probation. If he successfully completes that probation, then he would not have to go to custody. If he did not, he'd face probation revocation as well as 23 years, as the court said, backloaded in the Georgia prison system. But we
Okay.
could not come to terms on all the conditions that the district attorney was insisting upon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you aware of that previous offer as well as all of the requirements that that offer would have entailed?
Yes.
And had you had enough time to discuss that particular offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right,
The previous one?
the previous offer.
Right, he would have went home. I explained it after we done.
Do you understand that the court can impose any sentence authorized by law, including a higher sentence than that recommended by the state, up to the maximum sentence on each charge in this indictment? Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you enter into a non-negotiated plea, you do not have a right to withdraw your plea once the sentence has been announced?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a guilty plea which is permanently recorded on your criminal history?
Yes.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including in the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
I'm not on probation.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're not on
if you
probation.
were on probation,
Yes, yes.
but if you're not, then it doesn't matter.
Okay. Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind by this court, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probations without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence the court imposes?
Yes, I know. I know.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, and the Department of Corrections or Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect the right to vote, the right to hold public office, the right to serve on a jury, the right to obtain a passport, the right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or if you use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of up to 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to, that if you continued at trial, rather, you would continue to have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify or to remain silent and not incriminate yourself? Do you understand all of those things?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? The right to a trial by jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself.
Yes.
The right to confront witnesses against you.
Yes.
The right to continued assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the continued trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to the presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes.
the right to have the charges against you proven beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial. Do you
Yes.
understand?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, may I interject?
You may.
Your Honor, on count 1, which is the racketeering conspiracy count, Mr. Williams is tendering a plea under nolo contendere. As to count 56, which is participation in a criminal street gang activity as being a leader or a supervisor or organizer, Mr. Williams is also tendering a plea to this honorable court under nolo contendere. The balance of the counts, so he is tendering a guilty plea.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
would the court like to hear from the state or not?
About the NOLO
Yes,
issues?
yes.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state asked that the court not accept a nolo plea and require either a guilty plea or a not guilty plea as to these charges.
All right.
Why?
I'm going to permit a NOLO plea as to counts 1 and
Right.
56.
Why not?
Mr. Williams. As to count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
As to count 58, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 59, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 60, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 61, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And as to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, how do you plead?
No law.
As to count 56, participation in criminal street gang activity under the leadership charge, how do you plead?
No law.
I think you didn't ask about count 62.
As to count, thank you, Your Honor. As to count 62, possession of a machine gun, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty to the offenses you have indicated because you are in fact guilty of these charges?
Yes.
All right. Are your guilty pleas and your NOLO pleas freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today's date for a felony charge and 12 months from today's date, you don't have a misdemeanor charge, but to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, also, do you,
You have
my-
30 days from
I was-
today to file a direct appeal from this guilty plea and until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw the guilty plea, which does not mean it would be granted, but that's the time period, okay?
What's a direct appeal?
Well, you can talk to your attorneys more about it, but it would be up to one of the, like the Court of Appeals, I think is where this one would go. Those are just the
And-
time periods.
and Your Honor, the state, in addition to the sentence we are asking that the court to impose,
Okay.
we would also be asking the court to require or to forfeit, have defendant forfeit all of the property that has been seized and that is currently being held, that was found or recovered or taken from his home after it was searched on May 9th,
Do you have any kind of list of what that property is? I mean, I'm not familiar with what was seized.
And Your Honor, we're
We
not,
d- We
we're not
do, and
agreeing.
that-
Oh, I know, I mean, I assume y'all aren't agreeing to anything.
not
or you
agreeing
would
to that.
We're not.
Present it as a negotiated plea.
we're not. But we do have a list of the
All right.
property
Do you have
items.
it where available right now?
Yes, actually, would the court permit us to send it electronically?
Sure,
Because we
that's fine. And then if that is not imposed as a condition, is it just get litigated as like any forfeiture matter?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
it
ci-
would be litigated
it's a
later
s-
on, yes.
It's a civil separate filing
Okay.
in this court. It's not related to a criminal.
right.
It's related case, but it's unrelated.
Understood.
Yeah, she kind of trying to get his
And we are
houses.
sending that to Your
All right.
Honor
Thank you.
at this time. And as it relates to the conditions of a conviction under 1615-4, Your Honor, we would ask, or as part of the sentence, defendant would be required to adhere to the requirements, the sentencing requirements of the gang statute, which at least in part require that he not associate with any gang members whatsoever. And I can read the rest of that into the record if the court requires, or I can continue with the factual basis.
All right. And let me ask you, because I know that at least while y'all were negotiating, one of the things that I guess was being negotiated was some exception for, I think, somebody that is contractually obligated on his record label. Is that something that the state would still be in agreement to?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
Wow. She was fine with it at first, but now
Alright,
she's not.
go ahead.
All right. Your Honor, as part of the requirements of 1615-4,
Yes.
defendant would, one moment, Your Honor. Under 1615-4, in addition to any other penalty provided by the code section, all sentences imposed under the code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly
Slow
have.
down just a tad, because there's a court reporter taking it down. And when we start reading, we read really fast. So go ahead.
This code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of a criminal street gang, shall not participate in any criminal gang activity, and in cases involving a victim, shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any such victim or any member of any such victim's family or household. So that is, and we've listed in our indictment the victims of the crimes, the overt acts that have been committed, and under the basic conspiracy law, those
All right.
are the victims that we are naming. Your Honor, as this case has been tried and would continue to be tried until the state completed its case in chief, the evidence has shown that the defendant, throughout the time between 2013 to 2022, conspired with both indicted and unindicted co-conspirators to participate in the enterprise known as Young Slime Life, or YSL, through a pattern of racketeering activity. Throughout that time, multiple conspirators, both indicted and unindicted, and including the defendant, have committed overt acts intended to further the enterprise itself. With regard to the defendant, as far back, the evidence has shown, as 2013, the defendant, along with other YSL founding members, Walter Murphy, for one, committed an aggravated assault and armed robbery against Derek Dotson. The court has heard evidence of that presented through Adrian Bean, who was a co-conspirator in that particular act. The armed robbery of an Archillian Bennett back in 2013. As alleged in the indictment, defendant and unindicted and indicted co-conspirators committed acts to further YSL that included drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. They used and furthered, rather, this conspiracy by using social media posts and music to assert the violent nature of and the dominance of Young Slime Life, which is also known as YSL. The defendant is charged with being a leader of the gang YSL, and evidence has been presented by accomplices and co-founders of YSL, Trontavia Stevens and Walter Murphy, and evidence would have been presented, in the words of the defendant himself, that the defendant, as shown by some of his own social media postings, was the founder, one of the founders of YSL, along with Mr. Stevens and Mr. Murphy. YSL formed, according to the evidence that has come out in this trial, in 2012, 2013, under the former version of the name of the gang called Rock Crew or Raised on Cleveland. The court has heard evidence of the 2014 and 2015 incidents that have involved conflicts between YSL members and IF gang members that included someone shooting the window of Mr. Williams' car and armed individuals rushing outside during shootings at Club Crucial to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at a place called the Dugout where armed individuals rushed to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at Mr. Kelvin Watts committed by members of YSL, communication with members of YSL after those incidents, and ultimately the murder of Donovan Thomas at the hands of members of YSL. The evidence has shown and will show that on January 10th of 2015, members of YSL drove a car rented by the defendant, a gray Infiniti, and drove past Mr. Thomas as he stood outside of a barber shop congregating with friends, and unloaded an array of bullets on Mr. Thomas, hitting him, his Chevrolet Tahoe, and two other persons in the process. Mr. Thomas died from those bullets. Phone records show that communication was held between Mr. Williams, Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Demise McMullen, corroborating accomplice testimony that has been presented in this courtroom regarding what happened, who committed the murder, and what happened to the guns and the vehicles that were used in the murder. After the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., the members of YSL responsible for the murder and members of YSL who were not responsible for the murder congregated at Mr. Williams' condominium called the Sky House, and they all made plans and later either drove or flew down to Miami. Prior factual acknowledgments by members of YSL include that Mr. Williams gave each of the persons who accompanied him to Miami money to lay low as they left the city following the murder of Mr. Thomas. The evidence has shown the ensuing conflict that occurred after Mr. Thomas was killed. It has shown shootings at Mr. Rashawn Bennett's home, shootings at Mr. Darren Mills' mother's home, and I said Mr. Rashawn Bennett's mother's home. Shootings unrelated to the conflict with members of If Gang, of a Lil Wayne tour bus. That shooting followed the confronting by Atlanta Police Department of members of YSL that drove to the compound where Lil Wayne was making an appearance, and who drove there with the intent to disrupt and cause harm and to shoot up Lil Wayne's tour bus. Lil Wayne was another artist with whom Mr. Williams was having conflict, according to the testimony that had been presented. Mr. Williams had come out at that time with a mixtape that carried the name of an album that Mr. Carter was set to release and was not able to because his label would not allow that to happen. That caused a contractual or the threat of a lawsuit. It caused Mr. Williams angst. He posted about it. He said derogatory things about the persons who were threatening him with the lawsuit. And as a result, he had to rename his mixtape to something different than what he initially intended. The person who ultimately was convicted of shooting that tour bus up, Jimmy Winfrey, is a person that I believe that recordings have come in regarding jail phone calls, rather, from Mr. Winfrey and members of YSL regarding communication about getting a lawyer. Following the shootings that occurred in 2015, music, social media postings, and other overt acts were committed by Mr. Williams and other members of YSL, taunting members of groups that they considered opposition to YSL, posting of threats of violence by members of YSL against those people. Specifically, the music, Your Honor, contained lyrics such as the following: I rep my life for real, for slimes, you know I kill.
Here she go again.
I shoot at your mammy, need to stand down. I up my stamina, take it to trial, get an appeal, take it to trial, pay for that casket, that's just if we whack them. YSL slimy and shady, watch me whack that bitch, pop them like assist, Glock with the assist. It also consisted of a song wherein Mr. Williams sang or rapped the lyrics, hey, this is that slime shit, that YSL shit, killing 12 shit, fuck a jail shit. I'm in the VIP, I got the pistol on my hip, fuck the police. You praying that you live, I'm praying that I hit, this that slime shit. 100 rounds in a Tahoe, I'm prepared to take them down. Got banana clips for all these ends acting monkey. This is that slime shit. This is that mob shit. Fuck the judge, YSL. This that mob life.
Love, sit down. Stop it. She doing her opening statements again.
Defendant Williams released a video on YouTube of a song wherein he states, I shot at his mommy. Now he no longer mentions me. Act like you want war and they gonna smoke you like a blunt. Another song, I escaped every one of the licks because I was supposed to be rich. I don't care nothing about a cop. I'm just telling you how it is. I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. Gave the lawyer close to $2 million. He handles all the killing. We don't speak about shit on wax. It's all my business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all kittens. In another song, I was on Cleveland, stuck like a magnet, bitch ass N-word, pay for that casket, that's just if we whack them. In yet another song, Defendant Williams raps, red just like Elmo, but I never fucking giggle, YSL won't fold, pick his ass off from the balcony, wipe an end's nose. I'm gonna F for the cash, then she getting robbed by Tick, a reference to Trontavia Stevens. All I ever wanted was the money, put your hands in the air if you dare. F and N, put him in a wheelchair. And even later on, Mr. Williams, and I believe that this was in 2019, made a post to YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett. If I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. And in yet another song entitled Anybody, Defendant Williams stated, I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. I got the streets on my back, carry it like I'm moving a body. I told them to shoot 100 rounds like he trying to movie the body. Ready for war like I'm Russia. I get all types of cash. I'm a general.
Look at still face.
As Mr. Williams' prominence in the music industry rose, his ascension within or in leadership in the gang YSL became more apparent as he rapped and talked about the crimes that YSL co-conspirators and members committed and how he got away with robberies. With respect to the Donovan Thomas murder, the court has heard evidence through phone records that within 6 minutes of the shooting of Donovan Thomas Jr., a phone call was made from Demise McMullen's cell phone to Defendant Williams' phone. And then immediately after that call, Mr. Williams calls his sister Dora Greer and then calls Kelvin Treadwell. There's then a series of calls between Dora Greer and Treadwell, and then Treadwell calls Demise McMullen or Nard. All of those calls happen within 15 minutes of the 911 call. And as I have stated before, the court has heard accomplice prior inconsistent statements about who committed the murder itself and what happened afterwards. The conflict between YSL and members of If Gang continued into 2019, wherein Mr. Williams raps the lyrics that I referred to earlier. In May 2019, a YSL member shot multiple times at a vehicle owned by Rayshawn Bennett, a black and red Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. At the time was being driven by a Milton Howard Jr. It was after that incident later in August 2019 that Defendant Williams posted on his page the language, YFN, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. The post was then deleted from his account. Through text messages of a co-conspirator, Marquavius Huey, there was communication between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, both in January and in September of 2020. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Marquavius Huey with the performance location of Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci. And when he sent that, he sent it with the message, handle that tonight, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. Mr. Huey responded, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. On September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of YFN Lucci. And Mr. Williams responded, Slatty, that is S-L-A-T-T-Y, handle and stay very low. Mr. Huey responded, slat, and for show, F-A-S-H-O, I've been out the way and appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. Mr. Williams responded, slat, handle that, I got you. Through text messages and on a separate occasion, Mr. Huey said and conveyed to Mr. Williams that he would sit down for any one of them. And I believe that to be a reference of going to jail. When Mr. Bennett was not killed in 2022, Jaden Myrick sought permission from Defendant Williams to stab Mr. Bennett while Mr. Bennett resided with Mr. Myrick at the jail. Mr. Myrick reached out to co-indictee Khalif Adams, who reached out to co-indictee Demikion Garlington to get permission from Mr. Williams. Demikion Garlington was also involved in the back and forth shootings back in 2015. On February 9th, 2022, Rayshawn Bennett was stabbed by Jaden Myrick at the Fulton County Jail. And after that stabbing, Mr. Myrick reached out multiple times to Mr. Adams for some type of compensation for the stabbing. Mr. Adams reached out to Mr. Garlington about the payment for the completion. On February the 22nd, 2022, YSL co-conspirator and co-indictee Christian Eppinger called YSL co-conspirator Antonio Sumlin to get permission to finish what Mr. Myrick could not complete, that is the killing of Mr. Bennett. Mr. Eppinger asked for payment for a lawyer. However, these calls were intercepted and Mr. Bennett was relocated. In March 2022, information about the stabbing made the news, and shortly thereafter, a series of violent offenses occurred. On March 11, 2022, YSL associates Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were gunned down. Mr. McMiller is a childhood friend of Mr. Williams. Mr. Ford was also a friend of Mr. Williams. On March 12th, the day after, there was a shootout near the Cleveland Avenue area. A shooting by a YSL associate, Stephen Harris in YFN territory occurred, and a YFN member was shot in the head. March 11th through March 14th, there were a number of social media posts going back and forth between members of YSL and YFN. One of them was a post by Shannon Stillwells. We ain't the only ones who ain't gonna be crying, that's going to be crying. After a posting was made by Mr. Watts picturing him, Mr. Shamel Drinks, and Mr. Jasper Walters, on March 14th, 2022, after YSL members spotted Mr. Drinks at a gas station, Mr. Drinks was gunned down as he drove away from the gas station and waited at a red light. Later, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Farley were all charged with the murder. That is one of the acts that we are still would anticipate the court seeing the evidence of during the course of this trial. After grand jury warrants were issued after this indictment for Mr. Williams and 27 other co-conspirators, following searches of phones, wiretaps, and other information that led police to understand the role that Mr. Williams played in the YSL street gang and enterprise. Mr. Williams' home, he was arrested at his home and a search warrant was executed inside his home. While at his home, a sale amounts of illegal narcotics, including those that he is charged with in this indictment, was found. Also found was the machine gun with which the defendant has been charged in this indictment. The gun had a switch. The narcotics included marijuana, codeine, and cocaine. And inside the home were also other guns besides the guns with the switch. The items were seized, and again, Mr. Williams was subsequently arrested, along with other YSL members at Mr. Williams' home. Your Honor, that is the evidence that I believe has been shown throughout the course of this trial and that the state would continue to show. There are several messages between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams inside the cell phone that one of the cell phones that were recovered from Mr. Huey. Besides the messages about tells Mr. Williams he has a new number. Mr. Huey asks Mr. Williams, hey, my brother, I'm fucked up. You ain't got nobody I can pull up on and have something in my pocket. Mr. Williams responds, slat, let me call BEO. Mr. Huey responding, slat, I need you, my brother. Mr. Huey saying, asking whether or not a lawyer was going to go and talk to another YSL associate, asking Mr. Williams to send him some money to pay his lawyer off. Mr. Williams asking Mr. Huey, who had been accused of armed robbery, what did he want? Mr. Huey responded with a number. Mr. Williams responded, slat. After Mr. Williams stole a star ring from one of the victims in the indictment, he asked Mr. Williams, do you have a star ring? Mr. Williams said, yes. Mr. Huey said, slat, you can't cash at me $500 so I can make a payment to my lawyer. Mr. Williams responded, slat. Mr. Huey sent him his phone number. Mr. Williams assured him through his responses, slat, that he would take care of them. Throughout Mr. Huey's phone, you see messages of this nature between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. The court, again, will hear that as this trial continues. The recommendation that the state previously made prior to us reaching this point was made with the hope that Mr. Williams would agree to certain special conditions of probation that we asked him to adhere to, and that he would take ownership and responsibility for being the leader of YSL. Given that those negotiations have broken down, we are asking that the court sentence Mr. Williams, as we have asked earlier, And prior to the court imposing a sentence, we would ask that Ms. Shawana Edmonds, who is the mother of Mr. Thomas, be allowed an opportunity to make an impact statement. And that is all that we have, unless the court has questions.
Impact statement.
Okay, well, given that Mr. Williams is not charged with the murder of Mr. Thomas, I
Right.
don't think that is
Not
applicable
appropriate.
here.
I
Right.
checked on that, Your Honor, with respect to count one. As a co-conspirator, Mr. Williams is responsible for all of the acts of the other co-conspirators, the overt acts. The overt act of the murder of Donovan Thomas is one of those acts.
I know, and this trial is not complete, and so y'all have not yet proven that.
So sit down.
Not to mention that you dismissed the murder charge against one of the co-defendants who already fled, so.
Not
All
for
right.
that case, Your Honor. That was Mr. Drinks.
Okay.
We have not dismissed any.
All right, well, if there's a conviction on the RICO or murder count following the close of this trial, that would be the appropriate time for the victim impact statement to be made. All right, Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams, does the defense want to put anything on the record? Obviously, you need to make a recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Many of the statements made by the prosecutor, we vehemently disagree with. The prosecutor misstated many pieces of evidence and then took liberty that that is the state's theory. Mr. Williams has tendered a nolo contendere plea to the RICO conspiracy count. And in that count, there are several overt acts. And the first one, Your Honor, deals with a traffic stop. It's on September 9th of 2013. And I won't go through every one because it might take a long time, but just for completeness for this, the court knows, Mr. Williams is driving a car. There is a dash cam video of the stop. The officer who testified at the trial 11 years later, the case was a gun was found under the passenger seat. Mr. Williams is not tied to the gun. He's not convicted of that. And the dash cam video that the officer said would have picked up sound as well as definitely video was never turned over to us, supposedly lost, could not explain the loss. The armed robbery in another overt act of Mr. Dodson, D-O-D-S-O-N, has the following information. The state only, because we haven't called witnesses yet. So the state put up a man who said nothing except, I don't recall. And then they put in his prior recorded jail calls. That man was taken, his name is Mr. Bean, B-E-A-N. He was taken to Grady Hospital and he was spoken with by a detective. The state vehemently accused me of lying to the jury, that the man never went, Mr. Bean was never taken to Grady Hospital, and that somehow I planted on him to say something on a recording where he said, the reason I implicated Jeffrey Williams is because the police told me that it would be easier for me. Then I had to go through the CAD reports and show that Mr. Bean was in fact taken to Grady Hospital, and Mr. Bean on recording told Detective Quinn, who of course told the truth. Yes, when I spoke to the detective previously, I did lie. Then what the state doesn't tell the jury is that there's another man in the car. He is shot at the scene. He's arrested. He pled guilty. His name is Fred Prethro, P-R-E-T-H-O. And Mr. Prethro is in the Georgia State Prison System, easy to find. Mr. Prethro was in Grady Hospital also, unfortunately suffering from a gunshot wound. And you can hear the medical equipment behind him. And Detective Williams came in and was recording the whole conversation and said how many people were in the car. And Mr. Prethro names the people. Adrian Bean, who's the gentleman I just said, himself, and Walter Murphy. Are you sure there weren't a fourth person in the car? No, the three of us. The state doesn't call that person. The state does call Detective Williams. So I wanted to ask and inquire on that. The state, to obstruct, if that's obstruction, asked the predecessor court to prohibit me from getting into the fact of any conversation that would have impeached another witness. It's fine. Fred Prethro's on my witness list as well as a detective, and I have the recordings. In addition to that, Walter Murphy gave a statement while in the hospital, and his statement is very interesting. It's two different police reports, signed the same date, which is September 11th of 2013. And on the first 7 lines of the police report, they're identical. Then all of a sudden, when it gets to on the right-hand police report, it says Mr. Murphy stated that there were 3 people, I believe, I have to go back, in the vehicle. On the other police report, it states Mr. Murphy stated there were 4 people. There's no reason that they should be different. They're both signed the same. The state doesn't call that officer at all. I tried to ask Mr. Murphy about it. The state objects, and the predecessor judge sustained the objection. Mr. Williams was not involved in the Mr. Dotson. Miss Bennett, that was Mother's Day, May 12, 2013. She reports allegedly an armed robbery. The detective who testified here and investigated stated he never took out arrest warrants from Mr. Williams. And he wrote in his police report, Miss Bennett is not truthful. That is the case that the state is talking about. The state then, there was Brady evidence that they don't turn over, and we find out about it in court after they arrest Miss Bennett because they say she's not cooperating, and it comes out that she told the prosecution over and over again that this did not happen the way that she reported it, and she doesn't remember. As to Donovan Thomas, and Mr. Williams has nothing but empathy, sympathy, and sorrow. They were friends. It is a lie. What the prosecution has put before this jury is a lie. What happened here is the prosecution comes up with a theory because they need a motive, they think. I know you don't need a motive in reality to prove a murder case or any other case, but they wanted a motive. So they made it where Mr. Williams and a gentleman named Rich Homie-Kwan, his name is Mr. Lamar, he's a performer, and Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were close. There are public documents, recordings, Mr. Lamar being interviewed almost every year, and then he talks about his time with this band or group called Rich Gang. And he says every year up to this past year, he, God forbid, died. We can't call him as a witness, how close he is to Mr. Williams. The state, though, made it in this case, or tried to make it, that Mr. Williams and Rich Homie-Kwan are enemies because Rich Homie-Kwan will not sign with a record label that has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams doesn't sign that record label. That record label is owned by a gentleman named Brian Williams, also goes by Birdman, wildly successful. He started Drake's career. He started Mr. Dwayne Carter, performer known as Lil Wayne's career. He started Nicki Minaj's career, just fabulous, powerful person, well-respected in the industry. But the state wants it to be that Donovan Thomas interceded and would not let Rich Homie-Kwan sign to Mr. Brian Birdman Williams. And that is the reason that Jeffrey Williams had a feud and killed Donovan Thomas. Your Honor, what the evidence would really show if we kept going to trial, and I could tell you that Mr. Adams and I never thought we'd be in front of this honorable court. We always thought it would go all the way through trial. Was the state is saying that Rich Homie-Kwan and Jeffrey Williams don't speak since the fall, and they have a bad relationship the fall of 2014. We would have shown, and we served on the state, December 15th, 2014. Jeffrey Williams in a private plane with Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie-Kwan, and they are high-fiving and laughing with each other. That is on audio video. There's a man who the state hasn't called yet, Mr. Martinez Arnold, also known as Duke. It's on the state's witness list. He's represented by the Honorable Ashley Merchant. He's on that plane as well. He would have identified the item, and he would have testified that Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were very close in December 2014. Then on December 29th of 2014, Mr. Williams, Mr. Rich Homie-Kwan, Mr. Arnold, others were at Brian Williams' home in Miami, Florida. There was a posting by Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie-Kwan, and a picture of Mr. Arnold and Mr. Lamar and they said, Mr. Lamar says, this is my number one man, Duke, or something to that effect. We would have put that into evidence. In addition to that, Your Honor, on December 8th, 2 days before Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was killed, Mr. Williams is with Mr. Thomas, as well as Mr. Sledge and Brian Williams in Brian Williams' tour bus outside of a fabulous entertainer, artist, Mr. Clifford Harris, T.I.'s studio. And at that time, they were very close. But you also have the detective with the gang unit, Detective Underwood. I asked her within the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, did you do any, and she was on the gang unit the entire time, including today. And I asked her, do you have any evidence about Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas being close friends? And she said, yes, of course I knew that. I said, how about in January of 2015, close to time of Mr. Thomas's death? She said, yes, they were close friends. Mr. Michael Sprinkle, he's a deputy district attorney in the Fulton County DA's office. He has a recording with Mr. Treadwell. You've heard the name O.G. Bentley. And in that, they're going through the evidence. And Mr. Treadwell, it's important because he has a child, too, actually, with Mr. Thomas's sister. So he's family. And Mr. Sprinkle states this is 2018. This is after the rental car. This is after all of the interviews of Mr. Copeland. This is after the interviews of Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle's in some of those interviews with Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle on tape, on recording, states, I do not know why anybody thinks Jeffrey Williams is involved in this killing. He and Donovan Thomas were close friends. It makes no sense to anyone. And Mr. Williams was never arrested, never charged, even in this, as the court just noted, with anything to do with Donovan Thomas's, God forbid, killing. In addition to that, Donovan Thomas has a place that he used to stay with a group of people on Auburn Avenue. Jeffrey Williams performed and did a music shoot there to try to help other people who are suffering in poverty to get out and to be able to be seen and to broadcast their music. Jeffrey Williams does that for everybody because he comes, Your Honor, from the struggle of total poverty, seeing people killed. He saw his brother die right in front of him, and the law enforcement, I'm not blaming anybody, everybody's on edge, but law enforcement would not get any help for him because there are all these people around. It is just what Mr. Williams has gone through is wrong for everyone. It's not just Mr. Williams, it's that whole community, but he's trying to get people out of poverty and out of that community. I have been with Mr. Williams where we have gone to speak with children together, and he tells them, don't be a rapper. Be like Brian, be a lawyer, keep in school. He tells his children, get your education. His family, his whole being, Your Honor, is trying to break the chains of poverty for others, and it has been spun in this courtroom with false statements and allegations against Mr. Williams at every turn. In addition to that, Your Honor, the state talks about the fact that Mr. Williams takes people to Miami. You would have heard evidence if we went forward. I put all these people on my witness list. Not one person on my witness list has been interviewed by law enforcement or the prosecution. They have investigated this case for 15 years. They haven't interviewed all these people. That Sprinter van that you heard about, that was already booked days before. Going to Miami, Florida, Mr. Williams and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, they did a video shoot for a music video. If anybody would have gone further with the expert for the state, they would have seen that Mr. Williams' cell phone does not contact any of the co-defendants that are named here in Miami, and Mr. Williams stays at a separate location than any of those persons. He would always take people who can't afford it on airplanes, on buses, on tours, to his concerts. He let everyone go because, Your Honor, they never left that area. He wanted to show people you have an opportunity. The world is big. Mr. Williams gave jobs to everybody who'd want to work. He'd give them jobs and security. And I'm not insulting them. They really weren't their jobs, but they were being mentored, but they were given titles and tried to give them respect and opportunity. But if they did not wish to work, Mr. Williams would not allow them to work with them. This has all been turned on its head by the state. The fact that the state has put in Mr. Williams' lyrics are offensive. Mr. Williams has tens of thousands of recordings. On our witness list, we are bringing in all of his people, his recording artists, his engineers, his managers, his record label, and an expert, the Honorable Dr. Eric Nielsen, to talk about how Mr. Williams creates his music. His music is then changed around and merged. Mr. Williams, some of the lyrics you just heard are not even uttered by Mr. Williams. The state has no idea when these lyrics were made. Some of them were made before the shooting of Donovan Thomas that the state is saying this applies to the Donovan Thomas killing with the Tahoe. They are so far afield of where we need to be when we are trying to, God forbid, take somebody's liberty, Your Honor. The state is talking about things like F the judge and I rep my life for real. That's not even said by Mr. Williams, but they don't care to find out. They are on a tunnel vision to try to convict a man who should not be convicted. The statement about
I mean, the only issue is he's pleading guilty to some of this stuff. That's the issue.
I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with that body. If the state just bothered to talk with anybody, that is a Nicki Minaj song with Jeffrey Williams. It is written by Nicki Minaj. That is on the text messages I gave, not the text message, the Instagram or Twitter rather, that I gave to the state. That is out well before this, but the state doesn't care. This is out in 2015 or 16 or 17 or 18. I can't remember. I think 18, where Mr. Williams is asked who wrote anybody, and his response is anybody was written by Nicki Minaj. And it was, but it was really written and sung. It's a takeoff of a song by Tupac. There's a song that it parallels, which is an inspiration. But here we are with the state. Also, I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with the body. The next line comes up is it's a truancy body. The state can't explain that, so they just conveniently leave it out. Your Honor, there were wiretaps on this case. Mr. Williams, it was going to come out, there was an application to wiretap his phone. The state never presented to a judge. That speaks volumes. The leader of the YSL criminal street gang, who's been involved from 2012 until his arrest, and even according to the state, while we sit here, they never even tried to wiretap his phone. It might have been because they don't really know what his phone number is. So all these communications you're being told about with Mr. Huey, I'm not so sure the state could have gotten anybody to say that's Mr. Williams' phone. This is how the trial has gone for us. But we sit here for almost 2 years since we did our jury selection initiation on January 4th, 2023. Mr. Williams has been sitting in a jail since May 9th, 2022. This is 2.5 years waiting for the conclusion of the state's case and a verdict from the jury. And that's why he is tendering this plea. I'm telling the court this, and the court knows when you came out the first time, it's very hard for Mr. Williams. I am not supportive of what we're doing right now. I'm not against it. But I told Mr. Williams, you okay with me saying that? I told Mr. Williams that I think we're winning the trial and we should go to verdict. But he told me I can't wait another 3 months if there is any possibility I could go home because I have children that are hurting. I have things to do, and he has some medical issues that he would like to tend to. He eats out of a bag, Your Honor. He eats processed food only. He gained 75 pounds during trial. He's lost it since. But it is hard. You know, for me, it's only 3 more months. It's enjoyable, actually. I enjoy coming. It's not that enjoyable for Mr. Williams. He told me he wakes up. He wakes up every day, and it's another day in HE blank, blank. Your Honor, the state is talking about, in this case, they put in social media. This honorable court was not here, but the state put in that Mr. Williams, in the indictment, Mr. Williams put out a call for murder. He put $24 million murder for hire on a person's head. That is a lot of money, and that is awful. If they would have read the chat, the Instagram chat, Mr. Williams, right above it, there's a picture of a very well-known, very accomplished musical artist who actually had surgically implanted in his forehead a pink diamond worth $24 million that day. That's what Mr. Williams would talk about. That's the type of evidence that is coming from the state of Georgia in this case. It is wrong. This is all wrong. And I know we're pleading guilty, and I know we're pleading nolo, and I know we're asking this honorable court for a certain sentence, and we'll get to it with the court's permission. But this is the type of evidence that there is. But it is holding this man hostage. And that's not really what we're supposed to do, district attorney time, in the state of Georgia or anywhere. The state then, because I opened on that, then they never bothered to put in all of the chats. Why did it take me to read the chats? In addition to that, going back to Donovan Thomas, talk about Mr. Williams involved, the state did a geofence. A geofence tracks his devices. It doesn't have to be a phone. It could be an iPad. It could be any type of electronic device that targets and is used. You don't have to be on the phone. It's the contact. If he has an app open, it'll capture it. And the state targeted the McDonald's, where they keep saying that Mr. Williams met with people there. They targeted the barbershop where, God forbid, the killing occurred. And they targeted a third location, no, 2 locations. And it comes out, Mr. Williams' devices are not there. It's exculpatory. I don't get that information. I got that because I interviewed Lieutenant Crabtree, and the results can't be found, according to prosecution. I did a motion for that. They just can't find it. That is great evidence for Mr. Williams. It would have also shown clearly that when he does go down from his house after getting this call that I'll talk about from Demise McMullen, he's not with these other people. And the expert for the state, the FBI agent who does the telephone analysis, Mr. Williams' phone does not ping off the same tower as a Demise McMullen or a Mr. Copeland or a Mr. Garlington or whomever. The state of Georgia has misrepresented for 2 years in front of this jury. They have hidden evidence. They have violated Brady. They have falsely accused Mr. Williams. Your Honor, saying that Mr. Williams gets that call 7 minutes after, the state said 6, it was 7 minutes after the killing of Donovan Thomas from Demise McMullen. Mr. Williams was already out of his home. Mr. Demise McMullen's calling Mr. Williams. He's not even there. He's going down to meet with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, also known as O.G. Bentley. O.G. Bentley was supposed to go to Miami, Florida. They were talking about this deal. And Mr. Williams, that day, he was given another contract. Mr. Williams, by this time, he went from zero money. He is a multimillionaire at the time. He doesn't need the Cleveland Avenue drug deals for $15. He doesn't need the shootings. He wasn't even living in Atlanta since 2018, 19, 20, 21. He came back the very end of 21, 6 months, and he got arrested in May of 2022. In his house, Your Honor, we have everyone on the witness list. There are 12 people living at that house. Mr. Williams opens up any of a car that he has. He'll rent cars for people. Any home he has, he will allow people to live in hotels because people that he knows, unfortunately, are homeless. And he gives them all places to stay, cars to drive around. He is not involved in criminal activity. Mr. Williams just got back in our country. His passport shows it. right before he was arrested on May 9th of 2022. There were other people in that house with the drugs and the guns. There are people whose the guns are in their names. They were going to come in court and claim the guns. Everybody else was doing as well, but Mr. Williams has entered a guilty plea. I'm not going back on that, but I just want you to know that this case is just wrong to do to somebody with no bond and to hold him hostage. He wants to, you may not do it. He's aware of that. He's aware of that. But the state offered him 15 years on probation, but they keep piling on these conditions. He just said, he made up his mind. He said, I'm just going to go with it. I got to get home. Judge may not let me home, but I'm not doing these conditions and admit that I'm the leader and I'm involved in the killing and my music just promoted everybody to do it. He's not going to do that. So he did not do that. And that's how we wound up here. The state, the night of the killing, people came to Mr. Williams' home. The state tells the court, he said, lay low. What they don't tell you is right after that, he gave money to Mr. Sledge, who said, they're going to kill me. They think I did it. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with it, I don't want to be with you. And Mr. Sledge said, I just need a hotel room with my children and my bride or my significant other to get to. And Mr. Williams said, be safe, lay low. That's the lay low. In addition to that, Mr. Williams told Mr. Copeland, Mr. Copeland's with the police. Hours after the killing of Mr. Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland goes to the police department. Mr. Williams is the person who told him to go. Mr. Copeland said, what do? They're shooting at my house, at my family's house, at my significant other's mother's house. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with the murder, get out of here. Mr. Copeland denied it. And Mr. Williams said, then go tell the police. Mr. Copeland said, you want me to go to the police? And Mr. Williams said, if you had nothing to do with it, they think you did it. Go to the police. In addition to that, Mr. Copeland said, well, I'm going to retaliate. Mr. Williams told him, don't do that. Let 12 handle. That's on recordings. That is on recordings on January 11th of 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Your Honor, as far as Dwayne Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams had no conflict with him. They are friends. We were presenting evidence that right before this shooting of the tour bus is April 26th of 2015. Mr. Williams is performing in New Orleans area. And that's the area where it's Holly Grove, where Mr. Carter, or Lil Wayne, a performer known as Lil Wayne, comes from. And in order to drum up popularity and interest, people get on the internet and they start what's called rap battles, arguments, feuds. That's what happened here. And you would have heard testimony from Mr. Williams' management that they said, start a rap battle. It'll be better for your career. Mr. Dwayne Carter is aware of that. Mr. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. The state's aware of this. He has interviews after this. Are you mad? What's the real deal with Jeffrey Williams? He states, no, he's great with me. He brought popularity to me. He loves me. He idolizes me, and I love working with him. They did an album together. In 2014, they're in the studio together, making music together. It is all made up that Mr. Williams is involved. Mr. Williams gives a statement. The state refuses to put it in and then stop me, the previous judge, from cross-examining the detective. His name is Racy. He met with Mr. Williams in the DeKalb County Jail on the 15th day of July 2015. Mr. Williams is arrested that day. And there's a long interview. And Mr. Williams waives his right to counsel. He tells them, I'm his lawyer. They say, you don't want to speak to us? You don't have to. He said, well, I'll speak with you. And they asked Mr. Williams these questions. What about Lil Wayne's shooting? He said, it was outrageous. I love him. That's my idol. I love Lil Wayne. How about this battle? He says it's promotion. They asked him about his rap lyrics. It's the only person that the state ever did anything about rap lyrics with. And they asked Mr. Williams, what about the rap lyrics? And he tells them, it's hyperbole. He didn't use that word. He used the word, it's made up. It's rhyming. It's made up. Not like the state is saying that I rap lyrics for real. That's not even Mr. Williams' utterance. Your Honor, the point I'm trying to make to you is what the state of Georgia has presented to this jury in this courtroom the past year has been full of untruths, and they know it. The state says that Mr. Williams had a conflict because he named an album with Dwayne Carter, and Dwayne Carter didn't like that. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. He said, that was one of the nicest things anyone could have done to me. It shows how much he really appreciates me. It shows respect and honor, and I appreciate what he did. The state knows this. With regards to Jimmy Winfrey, what the state did is they put in a recording. It's not Mr. Williams. It's a jail recording, Mr. Winfrey and an unknown person. And an unknown person says, when you get out, you're going to get a Porsche and $250,000. Mr. Williams not privy to that. The state looked at all of Mr. Williams' bank records, everything. They undressed him financially. There's zero evidence Mr. Williams did anything for Mr. Winfrey. The state tells you that Mr. Winfrey asked for money for a lawyer. The conversation was, and it's recorded, it was with Mr. Williams' manager. And Jimmy Winfrey said, I need to show that I was gainfully employed for the court. Can you get me something from YSL? And the manager said, yeah, if we have it, and if it's true, yes, you can have it. That is it. There's no evidence that Mr. Williams paid for anybody's lawyer, Mr. Winfrey or otherwise. In addition to that, Your Honor, the social media postings with Mr. Rashawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucy. So Mr. Williams, the state tells Mr. Bennett on social media, I would have killed you if I didn't like the way you take care of your mother and children. That is the post. What they don't tell you is Mr. Bennett, who is also, to his credit, trying to drum up his career. Mr. Bennett is picking on Mr. Williams, who's a much higher profile artist than Mr. Bennett at that time. And Mr. Bennett is saying that he slept with Mr. Williams' fiance while Mr. Williams and she are a significant couple, that Mr. Williams' music is awful. Nobody should listen to his music ever. Mr. Williams responds by saying, we can do an album together if you want. Stop this. The man continues of how he's sleeping with Mr. Williams' significant other, and then Mr. Williams responds by saying, I would have killed you except for what you do. That is the context that they don't tell you about. And Mr. Williams did nothing to Mr. Bennett. In fact, the evidence would have shown, if we had time or we would have gone forward, that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Williams are on the red carpet receiving awards in California, sitting right next to each other and taking photographs. This is not the Jeffrey Williams. Jeffrey Williams is a known person who is all over the place. If he did something, somebody wanted him, they can find him. This is not he is not hanging out on Cleveland Avenue. What the state is saying are not true. The situation with Mr. Bennett. So he's in the Fulton County Jail and he's housed, and there are crazy, sick, violent people, and they're on the phone, and Mr. Myrick, M-Y-R-I-C, is calling other people, supposed co-conspirators. How much will Jeffrey Williams give? He doesn't say that, but that's the theme of it, as well as Christian Eppinger. What the state doesn't tell you is that when Mr. Sumlin is asked, hey, find out how much Thug will pay me to kill Mr. YFN Lucci, Mr. Sumlin says, I don't know his number. I can't get in touch with him. He doesn't talk to me. And that's because, Your Honor, since 2015, and he means no insult, but Jeffrey Williams has had zero contact with Shannon Stillwell until this case, Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington, Justin Cobb, Demise McMullen, Mr. Sledge, Mr. Murphy, all these people. This is a lie. This is a 100% lie, and that's why we tendered a no-low plea to being a leader of a criminal street gang. Mr. Williams is not a leader. In fact, if it would go forward, on Mr. Huey's phone, there are conversations with Mr. Copeland. And they both say how Jeffrey Williams is a zero, and F him. And they don't talk to him, and Jeffrey Williams never does anything for them. Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams met later. He met him closer in the time of 2020. Mr. Huey's father went through a horrible episode that Mr. Williams knew, and that's how Mr. Williams knew his son, who's Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey's on hard times, and Mr. Huey's making mistakes. And Mr. Huey, supposedly, Mr. Williams believes, armed robbed a man named Chandler Durham, D-U-R-H-A-M. Mr. Durham is Mr. Williams, and he's a fabulous record engineer. And Mr. Williams states, give him back, tell him to give back the property or he's going to die. The state puts that as an overt act. No one dies. The property doesn't get returned. Mr. Huey ignores Mr. Williams. The state told you today that Jeffrey Williams sent Mr. Huey a posting that Mr. YFN Lucci is going to be performing on January 19, 2020. That's not true. Mr. Huey sent that to whoever phone that was. And all it says is slat and slatty. Well, I went out to the places that Mr. Bennett was supposed to perform. There's no shooting. There was no fight. There was nothing to report. There's nothing here. In addition, the state says same thing on September 12th, September 2nd, 2022 on Mr. Huey's phone. I'm not conceding that was Jeffrey Williams even having a conversation with him, but even if it was, it doesn't show anything. It says slatty, lay low. Lay low means don't do anything. Get out of the way. That is what it is. That is Mr. Williams' role. Mr. Williams, there is evidence in the record, and there would have been more. He takes people on tour with him. He takes people in the mall with him. But when they do crime or do things to people, for instance, there was a prostitute, and several people gave that prostitute money, $500. And the prostitute, at the end of the $500, getting $500 from several people, had sex with a person, and then she was armed robbed. So all the money came back. Mr. Williams wasn't involved in that, but he heard about it. He made those people find the prostitute and repaid her every dime.
Oh, wow.
People stole from stores that Mr. Williams found about. He went to the stores and he repaid all that. He didn't steal anything. He doesn't need to steal anything. Your Honor, Mr. Williams stands with Elton John. Elton John called Mr. Williams the next coming of John Lennon. Mr. Williams is unbelievable talent. He's not just a rap artist. In fact, when he's interviewed in 2017, he gives a statement and he says, I had to learn rap. He grew up in a house learning other forms of music. He likes all music, but rap hit in his community, and his community raised him. They supported him. They came out to him. They made him get into establishments. And once the establishment saw all the people come out, he got more establishments. And then he went out of that little area in Atlanta to other parts of Georgia, and then to all the neighboring states and throughout our country. And he has performed on every continent but one. He has performed in front of, being the headliner, 300,000 people at one time. He has a real life and career. He is not the leader, and he is not worried about buying jewelry that is stolen. Mr. Williams is actually innocent. I'm not trying to corrupt our plea. That's his plea, and he's entitled to it, and he wants it, and he embraces it. But to me, this is a wrongful prosecution. This is outrageous.
All right, so you're pleading guilty, or your client is pleading guilty to counts 57 through 62.
It's all true.
Do you
Yes, there's a
concede
factual
there's a
basis.
factual basis
I
for
can
those
see,
counts?
yes, I can see that.
Okay. All right, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. And Your Honor, I'll answer any of your questions, but the point I'm trying to make is 45 years to serve 25 years in prison, when just this morning, it was a probationary offer. It was a probationary offer. The state knows, but they want to control. They have this theory of music, and they want to stop Mr. Williams from making music, from entertaining, just stop his life. That's just not right. And it's wrong of the district attorney in Fulton County to do that. If they offer probation, then he's not a 45 to serve 25 years in custody type of person, and he's certainly not the person that the state has stated in front of the court. What we're asking, Your Honor, on count 1, which is the RICO count, to accept the nolo contendere plea. Please sentence Mr. Williams to 20 years to serve 5 years in prison commuted to time served. Mr. Williams has served, as I said, 22.5 years. On count 56, Your Honor, that's the leadership of a gang, nolo plea, 20 years to serve 5 years commuted to time served, consecutive to all other counts. On count 57, which is a gang count, Your Honor, not a leader, guilty plea, 20 years to serve 5 years commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. With regard to count 58, which is possession of, I believe it is marijuana with intent to distribute, 10-year sentence on probation, concurrent with count 1. On count 59, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, 5 years on probation, concurrent with count 1. On count 59, Your Honor, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of cocaine, 3 years on probation, concurrent with count 1. Count 61, 5 years of probation. It's a firearm count, consecutive to the other counts, consecutive to before count 56. And then count 62, 10 years to serve commuted to time served. That should be a total sentence, Your Honor, that we are respectfully requesting the court to consider. I believe it's 45 years to serve 5 years in prison, commuted to time served, 40 years on probation, credit for the time already served and community time served. As I said, after 3 years of probation, the probation becomes non-reporting, and after successful completion of 10 years on probation, the balance of the sentence be terminated. Mr. Williams asked the court for house arrest for 3 years as part of the sentence, but house arrest specifically defined that Mr. Williams will be in his home or at any lawful employment, touring, studio, performance, business meetings, and the like. Wear an ankle monitor for the first year and pay the costs of same, and the company must be approved by probation department, and the ankle monitor to be affixed within 10 days of hopeful release from custody. Mr. Williams cannot possess a firearm, but he can be around licensed security who are armed or other persons who are lawfully carrying a firearm with a license. And that would be knowingly for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams can transfer probation outside the state of Georgia. He has residences in the state of California. He has studios in the state of California. Mr. Williams be allowed to travel throughout our country and the world for lawful work-related industries. Mr. Williams wants to perform. He's going to do this anyway, Your Honor, but we made it part of the sentence. At least one concert each year at a venue If they'll have him over holding 10,000 people, if that is workable for the venue and Mr. Williams' management, and he is going to donate all of the profits that he makes to a 501c3 charity. Mr. Williams wants to pledge $100,000 for the next 3 years to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office if they will hold an illegal firearm buyback to buy back firearms that are not supposed to be on our streets. Mr. Williams does not wish to go near the Cleveland Avenue area, not to insult that area at all, but it is just not a good idea under this circumstance. And he can drive on the highway, but otherwise not come within 1 mile of the area that we call Cleveland Avenue, and we can give the exact dimensions of that area. Mr. Williams must perform 100 hours of community service per year for the next 3 years as designated by probation department. Mr. Williams can associate, and this was agreed to previously, with people who are convicted felon or alleged gang members solely for lawful purpose of making music.
I see Ms. Love shaking her head, and I think it's fair to establish that until the entirety of the negotiations were agreed to, it was all up in the air.
Sure.
That may have been something y'all had already hammered out, but it wasn't, it's not anything they're bound to.
Absolutely.
Fair. Okay.
I agree with that. Mr. Williams can have no contact with any of the supposed victims, and there was an Exhibit A attached to the state's proposed plea agreement, negotiated plea agreement that was sent to you. So we adopt that Exhibit A, but we can give it to the court if you need those names. And Mr. Williams have no contact with any of the co-defendants in this indictment, with the exception of Mr. Quantavious Greer, that is his biological brother, as well as Mr. Sergio Kitchens. He's a phenomenal artist. He goes performer known as Gunna, Gunna. Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens are contractually obligated, and they frequently perform music together. Your Honor, any other conditions that this honorable court deems appropriate? I want to thank the court for all your time. Always, I want to thank Ms. Percival for everything she has done. I want to thank Mr. Williams for allowing me to stand with him. I really never thought we would be here, but this is his decision. I want to thank the Honorable Keith Adams, who may want to speak, Your Honor, but I can never imagine a better lawyer than Keith Adams.
Mr. Adams, do you want to add anything to the record?
Your Honor, I don't know that there's really much to add. Mr. Steele has represented to the court, I think fully and thoroughly, the breadth of our knowledge of the case, Mr. Williams's background. I think the court has not just heard it from Mr. Steele, but has had the opportunity to sit here and hear some of the evidence and kind of get a feel. You've had a chance also to observe Mr. Williams and then get a feel for him, his background, and so forth. You know, the only thing I can say about Mr. Williams that hasn't been said is that he comes from an area. You might have heard throughout the course of the trial that there was an album, a concert tour. We came from nothing. And that is true. Mr. Williams came from, you know, I hate to use the word abject poverty, but that really is the case. Came from an area where there was a significant amount of crime, where, as you've heard, he's had tragedy in his life and has observed tragedy in his life. And he has gone through a good bit. He has been involved in a lot, but he has raised himself up. He has done the best he could and has done phenomenally well, and is, I think, an inspiration to a lot of people from that community who look to him and see the success that he has gained and have been fully supportive of him. But he finds himself here. He is in front of you. He is tendering this plea because he accepts responsibility. You have heard everything Mr. Steele has had to say. I can only ask that you follow what we have put before you. You also have, I believe, the paperwork that was given to you by the state, which kind of gives you some idea of what they were looking for as well in terms of conditions on Mr. Williams, if we were to ever reach some sort of agreement. And we ask that if you feel that there's anything within the state's proposal that might be appropriate in terms of the sentence for Mr. Williams, that the court please feel free to do that. There's nothing that he puts himself before the court. And I think 2.5 years sitting, going through this process, challenging the process, but now standing before you and asking that you consider everything and sentence him appropriately in the way that we've requested. I'd simply ask you, I join Mr. Steele and Mr. Williams in asking you to do the same. And I thank you as well, as Mr. Steele did, for your patience with us and for bringing some order to the proceedings that candidly was needed. So that's all I have to say. I thank you again, and I ask you to consider everything that's been put before you.
All right, Mr. Williams, is there anything that you want to say?
Yes, ma'am. I take full responsibility for, my crimes or my charges. I want to say sorry to my family, my mom. My mom got 11 kids. I can't say all their names, my managers, my kids that's not here. Really everybody that got something to do with this situation, I want to say sorry for just having so much time invested into this, and I am a smart guy. I am a good guy, and I really got a good heart. I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height, because it could end bad, and it don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it could end bad, and it could, fall on you. And I know the choice is yours, it's up to you, and I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's at a bar in the future or something. Just out of this type of situation, I promise you I won't ever be in this type of situation again. I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes. I come from nothing and I've made something, and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry. Through these last 2.5 years of my life, you are really, truly, honestly, the best thing that has happened to me, because you made everything fair for me and everybody involved on both sides. I'm sorry to the sheriff, everybody, for just having to put extra time in. I know y'all got paid more money, but I'm sorry for y'all having to put this extra time in to be away from y'all family, and I just hope that you find it in your heart to allow me to go home and be with my family and just do better as a person. I know what I bring to the table. I know what I am. I know the heights I've reached. I know the impact I got on people, period, in the community, all people. I learned that late, these past 2 or 3 years of my life. I kind of learned that late, and maybe it was because I was, probably on drugs or anything. I don't know, but I have came to my senses and I understand what I mean to this world. But I am a good guy. I don't mind doing stuff like free shows, and I always did that. I did free shows and gave it to single parents, millions of dollars. I made $1.8 million on a free show, and I gave it all to single parent charity. And I did 2 or 3 shows that made $700,000 a piece, and I gave it to the breast cancer organization. I do things. I put millions of dollars back into my community for real. I really did. I did more than anybody ever did from my side, but I understand, rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that, and I promise you, I'm 100% changing that. It's just, I'm older, I'm grown now, and it's just I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. Like I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go forever.
Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people. I mean, it's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, you know that gangs are damaging to our community. And it may be that a whole lot of rap music and the rap industry is, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television, where people would just get up and posture and act like they hated each other. And it may be that that's a lot of what is going on in the music industry with rap. But whether it is fake or not, it has tremendous impact on kids and young people who think, this is cool, this is what I want to do. Look at him, he's a millionaire. I can do that by being, you know, a gangster in the streets. And that's not true. What you're likely to have happen to you if you're a gangster in the streets is you get shot, you get killed, or you get thrown in prison. And those are, you know, by far the most likely outcomes. And, you know, you've been in here watching the trial, and you've seen the pictures of Mr. Ryan posing with a gun as big as he is at 15 years old and going out and shooting and killing another teenager. And that's what gangs do. And that's unfortunately a lot of what rap music does. And if you are a modern day John Lennon, you know, I mean, he might have rapped too in this day and age. I don't know, but I know you're talented. And even if you choose to continue to rap, you need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go, and that there are ways out of poverty besides hooking up with the powerful guy at the end of the street selling drugs. And, you know, I know that happens for protection sometimes, but a much better way would be getting an education and setting, you know, hanging around with people who set a good example. And you be one of those people that sets a good example. I mean, all right, so that's my high horse on that. I could also go on. But I want you to try to be more of the solution and less of the problem. All right. All right. So it is not lost on the court that the state, had they been able to come to agreement on certain special conditions, was willing to entirely dismiss the RICO count, was willing to entirely dismiss one of the gang counts, and was willing to entirely dismiss this, you know, machine gun count. Was willing to give a sentence that permitted Mr. Williams to walk out of the door today, and therefore does not seem to be particularly worried that Mr. Williams, if on the streets, would be a danger to society. I'm taking that into consideration in crafting my sentence. And in permitting a nolo plea to the RICO count in one of the two gang counts, I would not be permitting the nolo to the one if you were not pleading guilty to at least one of them. But you are, and y'all admit a factual basis for the counts that you are pleading guilty to. I find there to be a factual basis for those counts. And for the remaining counts with which you are charged, I am going to impose a sentence, and I've taken a little bit of the suggested special conditions from the defense and a little bit of the special conditions suggested by the prosecution. On count 1, the court sentence is 20 years to serve 5 years, commuted to time served,
Woo!
balance of 15 years to be probated, and a $25,000 fine.
He going home.
On count 2, the sentence is 5 years to serve, commuted to time served. That's the minimum sentence that's permitted on that count. It is required to be run consecutively. I'm going to run it consecutive to count 1, but I am going to backload. Oh, I'm sorry. That is not commuted. That is 5 years to serve, and it's going to be run consecutively to count 1, backloaded, by which I mean after you serve your 15 years of probation. If you have been successful on that probation, and I sincerely hope that you are, then at the end of that 15 years, I will commute the entire rest of any service portion of your sentence to time served.
Wow.
So I'll get to the end of it and give you the total sentence.
Going
But,
home.
I'm also going to impose a $15,000 fine with regard to that count.
Wow. He going home,
Count
y'all.
57, 20 years to serve 5, commuted to time served, the balance of 15 years probated, concurrent with count 1. Count 58, 10 years to serve 5, commuted to time served, balance probated, concurrent with count 1.
Wow.
59, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. 60, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. Count 61, 5 years to serve, that is required to be also a consecutive sentence, so that's going to be run consecutively to count 56 and backloaded. Count 62, 10 years to serve, also required to be served consecutively, that's going to be consecutive to count 61, also backloaded. So essentially, the total sentence is 40 years to serve the first 5 years in prison, but commuted to the time that you have already served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed then by the backloaded 20 years, which can be served in custody and will be served in custody if you are not successful on your probation. If you are successful in completing your 15 years probation, that will be commuted to time served.
He going home today. Today.
You are to remain on reporting status for the first half of your probation, active reporting for the first 7.5 years of your probation, and that is pursuant to OCGA 17-10-1, subsection 2, A2A. And Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, in order to keep him on reporting status, there needs to be good cause shown. We all concede that good cause is shown here.
Stipulate.
All right, I appreciate that. Special conditions of your probation.
What good cause? What do they mean?
Can I have a second, Your Honor?
Sure.
Let the judge.
Wow. He going?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You had enough time to talk with your attorneys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, special conditions of your probation. After 48 hours from your release, you are to stay away from the metro Atlanta area, and that's defined by the U.S. Census Bureau. It may change, but you can look that up anytime to figure out what that is. For the first 10 years of your probation, subject to the following exceptions, you are permitted to be in the metro Atlanta area to attend any wedding, funeral, or graduation from high school, college, or graduate school of any of your immediate family members. And immediate family members is defined the same way that you all were contemplating it when you were negotiating. You can get here up to 24 hours prior to any such event, and you need to leave within 48 hours after any such event. In addition, during each year of your probation, I'm going to require that you come to the Metro Atlanta area and make a live anti-gang and anti-gun violence presentation 4 times a year, each year of your probation, at a grade school, a middle school, a boys or girls club, anything like that, that type of group. And if you want to, that presentation can include a benefit concert, and these presentations may count towards your required community service hours, which I'm going to impose, that during each year of your probation, you perform 100 hours of community service. You are, and this is required by the fact that there's a gang conviction. You shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of any criminal street gang. Exception to that, if your brother is a member of any street gang, I hope you talk him into getting out of it. Quantavious Greer, and then also Sergio Kitchens, as long as you are contractually obligated to him. That is going to include anybody who is named in this indictment, except as absolutely necessary to conduct the lawful business of your musical career, and to any extent that the state is not agreeing to the exception for Mr. Kitchens. In the event that that part is not enforceable because it is only a portion of a special condition, going to provide that that be severable from the rest of this, and I'll put some case sites in the Senate sheet for that. You are in no way to promote any criminal street gang or any criminal street gang activity, including on any social media platform. You are not to utilize any hand signs, terminology, or language that promotes any criminal street gang. You are not to participate in any criminal street gang activity. You are not to knowingly engage in any contact with any of the victims that are listed in this indictment or with any of their family members. And you may not have in your possession or with arm's reach any kind of a firearm, because you're going to be a convicted felon. And that is, except I know that you have security and you need security. You can be within arm's reach of a firearm that is in the possession of either licensed law enforcement or licensed security personnel that are in your security detail or anybody that you're performing with. You are to submit to random drug screens and not use any drugs unless they are prescribed for you by a licensed physician. You are to execute a Fourth Amendment waiver that will permit the search of your person, residence, vehicles, and electronics for any firearms, any criminal street gang paraphernalia, or any illicit drugs. And as I mentioned, with regard to one of the first of your co-defendants from this trial, at least since I've been involved, to plead guilty, our Uniform Superior Court rules instruct and provide that it is absolutely proper for a judge to grant leniency in sentencing when, quote, the interests of the public in the effective administration of criminal justice are served, unquote. And I think that this plea is in the interest of the public and in the interest of effective administration of justice. Have been trying to ensure that, to the extent I can, this trial also abides by that. It's been challenging at certain times. I find your plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I accept it as such. I also need to inform you that your attorneys were going to represent you through either the last day of this term of court or 30 days from now, whichever is later, and any of the filings that were mentioned that need to be filed within that time, they would file on your behalf unless they are permitted to withdraw from representing you before that time. I am not going to impose the conditions suggested by your counsel about the benefit concerts and the donations to the sheriff's office, but I certainly strongly encourage you to do those things, and to do and continue to do things that benefit your community and especially help young people to stay out of criminal trouble. And unless there is anything from counsel other than that,
I have one matter, Your Honor.
okay. And does the state as well?
Your Honor, with regards to Mr. Williams being permitted to come to the Metro Atlanta area
Yes,
or Cleveland Avenue area for funeral or the other items,
right.
can you also consider, God forbid, there's a serious medical condition of a person that
In
is,
his immediate family,
yeah.
certainly, we can add that. And I also meant to mention, because I know you do travel all over in order to pursue your career, that it's permissible for your probation to be transferred to out of state, and that has to be done through probation, but that is fine with the court. And you may also keep your, nobody's mentioned it, but keep your passport and travel out of state and internationally to the extent that you need to do that for business purposes as well. All right, Mr. Body.
Yes, and very briefly, thank you. The district attorney just wanted me to urge the court, due to the fact that the Thomases have been negatively affected incredibly traumatically by what has been discussed by both parties here today, to make a brief statement as she believes that they fall within the exception or within the bounds of Marston's law. If the court would allow, I understand the court made a ruling earlier as it relates to that, but she wanted to.
They already said no.
All right. Thank you. And I appreciate, well, I cannot even begin to understand what they must, anybody must be going through when they lose a family member to violence or criminal violence. Mr. Williams himself has expressed his own sorrow to the family. I, again, am going to stand by my belief that the appropriate time to hear a victim impact statement from them is at the close of the trial that contains the murder count with regard to their family member. All right, thank you. Okay, court is adjourned. Good luck to you. And I'm going to have there better be no violations, but if there are any, you're coming back to see me. All right.
thank you, Your Honor.
And you're,
Wow. And there we have it. There we have it. And just like that. Just like that.
but since the
Let's take a recess and I'll be back.
Okay, y'all. Before I drop the link, I'm going to wait a second. I believe they're going to come back, and just to keep the feed clear. Hold on. Let me open up another link. So apparently, they said that the offers for the other two people are expiring today. So hold on, let me see if it's another channel, another stream has it up. So the remaining two, they're saying that those offers expire today. So if you don't take it today, it's going to be your own fault. So Hilton want to put that on the record. And I'm curious to see what those offers are. But let me see if another network still have the camera up. I don't believe so. Well, if that's the case, if they're not going to come back on, then we don't have to worry about the cross feed noise. Then I am interested in hearing from y'all. And this was a point I was making with some of my friends while this was going on, is that the judge was interested, and so was I, And what was the plea negotiations? What did the state recommend at first? And at first they recommended probation, but they wanted Jeffrey to admit that he was the leader. He said, I'm not going to admit that. And then all of a sudden, okay, well, we don't want you on probation where you can go home today. We want you to go to prison for 25 years. I think it was 40, served 25 or something like that, which is crazy. And I think that was the judge escape. She don't want to appear soft on crime, but at the same time, she can tell her constituents, like, the only reason I did this is because the state agreed to it just an hour ago. Before we started, they agreed to it. Brian still said they agreed to it. Love read out what they agreed to, but since he said no to a special condition, all of a sudden he's a bad guy. Let me bring up Keys Mobile. I think you were first, and then if Keith, you want to jump in after her. Thank you, Keys Mobile.
Hey, now it's a good day.
It's a good day in the neighborhood, from what I hear.
But okay, first I want to say that I feel like Thug put it in God's hands.
Okay.
Honestly, I mean, I think he listened to his lawyers and he just made his final decision, and and still expressed that like he was tired because he looked deflated. And I had put that in the chat when they had went to his face and then they went to recess when you showed it again. Like he kind of looked deflated. You know what I'm saying?
Charged with the
So I think I just think that he made the right decision for himself and his life. This was a life decision. And and the judge, I think she knew when Love started reading the extra stuff, because Hilton didn't go through all that. So I just felt like that was the end of her pettiness, and it was tiresome from her. She was going to drag this out, and I don't blame him. Another 3 months of this, and I respect him. I felt like him taking accountability, because I mean, I have seen stuff, people go to court, but I see when people take accountability for what they did in front of a judge, it carries a lot, and when you speak up for yourself, when you don't say anything, it leaves to me, everybody wondering along with the judge. And I think as a judge, I would be taking in account, did they speak up for themselves? Did they, take accountability? That's the first thing. So I respect him for that.
Yeah, it is interesting, because I know when it first started, just a blind plea to the judge, that's not a good idea. And even the attorneys were saying, no, don't do it. But as Young Thug explained, he has medical issues going on. His kids want him home, and he can't do another 3 months. He's literally at his wit's end. And at the end of the day, it's up to the clients. The attorneys, we can advise all we want to. But at the end of the day, it's up to the clients to say yes or no. And Thug said, I'm not doing another 3 days, 3 months, especially seeing the other 2 people just get, or the other 3 people just get, favorable deals. So I think that he rolled the dice, betted on himself, and stepped out on faith. And Brian still was like, man, 3 more months, you would have had no conditions, no 15 years probation, no drug test, no ban from the Metro Atlanta area. You could be around anybody you want to be. You won't be a convicted felon. You can still have your weapons. But Young Thug said 3 more months. And I don't know what his health condition is. And I think Brian said he's eating food out of a bag. So he might be deteriorating inside the jail. And it might be time for him just to go. Like, we're not in his shoes. We don't know what he's going through, what he's suffering. Could he have survived another 3 months, depending on his medical condition? Or, was it time for him to go home now? Because if he didn't go home now, he could have made it literally another 3 months to survive in jail, and then everything would be for nothing anyway. So him to go home, now, and he didn't have to admit to being the leader of a gang. He didn't have to admit that he had anything to do with Donovan Thomas' family. Even though Love wanted them to speak, they wanted that soundbite. They wanted the family to stand up to make it seem like they got justice for Donovan Thomas, but they really didn't because Young Thug did not plead to that. And the judge said, if y'all get a conviction for that murder, when the trial is over, then they can give their impact statements. But right now, I think it's definitely an inappropriate time for them to try to bring the family in to speak about something that he did not accept responsibility for, because obviously he was not there to commit that act against Donovan Thomas.
Okay, I wanted to say something about that too. I'm glad you brought that up. I almost forgot about it, but that is the whole point of what we had discussed before. Like, and then I had already heard that she had sent for them, and just basically, like I said, she was playing with them. And how could you ever think you're going to get an impact statement with him taking a plea when he was never pleading to or charged, like the judge said? I'm glad she said that at the end, to debt that so they can move on. And just, you know, if you're going to be a part of going to see Yak and Shannon Stillwell go to court, then so be it. But the point is, this is not who they let the people out. Really, you know, they let them go. So, but I mean, allegedly, but at the same time, quit focusing on Thug, you know, for that, you know, unaliving or whatever with Donovan Thomas. I just think they should not. I just feel like I'm glad the judge said it in order for them to, you know, they can't move on until it's resolved. I know what it feel like. So I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying not hanging on to that, something that is not, you know, tangible.
Yes. And I don't think someone said avoiding the jury showed he was smarter than Steele. He freed himself. Keep it 100. I don't think that's the case per se. Steele wanted his client free because he knows that his client did not do these things. And at the same time, Young Thug is saying some of the stuff I didn't do, but I've been in jail without bond for 2.5 years. And I just can't do it anymore. I'm ready to go home. And we heard the stories. Innocent people plead guilty all the time because of the alternative. The alternative can be life in prison. The alternative can be, what was the maximum? I think she said 130 years in prison was the exposure. So I think that, you know, Young Thug had to do what's best for Young Thug, not what was best for Brian Steele or Keith Adams. He had to do what was best for him. Key, did you want to jump in right quick? I know you. I don't know. Key, can you hear me? Okay, well, whenever you're ready, Key, you can jump in. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to be good for the remaining two, because now it's going to get really crazy.
Right, but plus they're making the statement basis on he is taking accountability for the guns, the drugs, the stuff that he did. So I mean, why take the court through spend more money on, you know, I agree with him taking accountability and not dragging it out. Because he was saying, he's basically saying, I'm guilty. I had the guns, I had the lean, I had the weed, you know, or whatever. I didn't mean to say all that.
Can I jump in really quickly? So apparently Hilton's putting on the record the other plea offers.
I wanted to say, hey, I'm here, but I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna jump down, and I just wanted to say that I'm excited that he, you know, it fell through for him.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? So is he coming home?
Hey, hang on a second, Key.
He's getting out today, right? Or he still have to go and back up some time?
Key, hang on a second for me if you don't mind. So we do have word that the court is back. So what I'm going to do is jump over to that stream so we can just kind of hear the rest.
TalkThatLaw, you can hear me?
Hold on real quick. Hold on right quick. Do it like this. All right, y'all. Can you give me a second?
imprisonment. He's charged with count 57, which was participation in criminal street gang activity, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He was also charged with count 58, which is violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act. That is for the possession
Right, marijuana.
of marijuana, which
Yeah.
carries a sentence of 1 to 10 years. As to count 59, I believe that's the possession of codeine with the intent to distribute, which is 5 to 30 years. And count 59, which is the possession of cocaine, which
That
is
60 is possession of cocaine.
so 59 was the codeine, 60
Right.
is the possession of cocaine, which was 1 to 5 years. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which was count 61, which is 5 years to serve consecutive to any count indictment. Possession of a machine gun, which was count 62, which was 10 years to serve consecutive. And then he was charged with count 63, which is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon pursuant to 1611-133. I know my math isn't the best, but that's life plus some years. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, was for Mr. Kendrick to plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which was 20 to serve 15. Count 2, the murder reduced to voluntary manslaughter, 20 years to serve 15. 20 years to serve 15. And then to the gang count 57, also 20 years to serve 15, all to run concurrent, and the state was willing to null pros all the other counts in the indictment.
All right. And Mr. Kendrick and the attorneys associated with you, I want to make sure that y'all know that unlike what happened with Mr. Williams, if you plead non-negotiated to less than all of the charges, there is nothing that the court can do if the state chooses to go forward with some of those charges. So you could not do what Mr. Williams pled guilty or nolo to each of the charges that he was facing. You cannot say, well, I'd like to plead guilty to count 1 and I'd like to plead to the reduced charge on count 2. And then I'd like to just skip the rest of them, because the state can say, well, we're not skipping the rest of them. We're still going to try you for the rest of them. And the state can also say, we're not okay with letting you plead to voluntary manslaughter unless you abide by the terms of the agreement. We're going to go forward with the murder trial. So I know that Mr. Weinstein, you and Mr. Apt and everybody else who's been helping know that, but because things seem to have worked out sort of beneficially for some of these other people who have already pled, y'all might think, oh, well, gosh, can't we do something better than that? Given what you're facing, they hold a lot of the cards, and a lot of it is outside of the ability of this court to change. Okay? All right.
We understand that, Your Honor. Thank you for advising
All
us of
right.
that.
All right. Mr. Stillwell is facing.
Your Honor, Mr. Stillwell is also looking at count 1, which the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is 5 to 20 years. He is facing 2 counts of murder for count 2 and count 49, which each carries a sentence of life imprisonment. He's also charged with count 50 of this indictment, Your Honor, which is participation in criminal street gang activity, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He's also charged with count 51, participation in criminal street gang activity, also a sentence of 5 to 20 years. Count 52, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted under 1611-133, which is 15 years consecutive to any count in the indictment. 54, Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which is 5 years to serve consecutive. Count 64, which is another possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under 1611-133, which is also 15 years to serve consecutive. So Mr. Stillwell's looking at maximum of 2 life sentences plus
85 years.
plus 85 years, Your Honor. The state's recommendation, and I'll just say globally, Your Honor, was 60 years to serve 40 years in prison, that we would have reduced both of the murders to voluntary manslaughter, Your Honor. And we had given his attorney the option to kind of craft how that 40 years would look, but
Okay.
that was the extent to our
right.
negotiations, Your Honor.
And Mr. Stillwell, kind of the same information to you. If the state does not want to reduce charges, you're not entitled to plead to reduce charges. They can say, you got to face these murder charges and we're going to make it a jury trial if you don't agree to what we're offering. Same thing, you can't say, well, I'd like those other charges dismissed if they're not willing to dismiss them in exchange for the negotiated sentence. So obviously, each of you has the right to continue with the trial. You know, what you're doing, you are all have very capable attorneys representing you, who clearly care very passionately about you all personally, as well as presenting your best case. But it's ultimately going to be up to the jury, and you cannot know what any jury is going to do. And they may say, I don't believe a single bit of this beyond a reasonable doubt. Y'all are both walking. They may say, you know what, I buy this, I don't buy that. I'm convicting you of 4 of the 5 or 4 of the 8 charges. You're still then going to face sentencing. They may convict you of everything. And if you are convicted of everything, Mr. Stillwell, you're facing 2 life sentences plus 85 years on top of that, as opposed to 40 years to serve with parole as a possibility. And Mr. Kendrick, you are facing life plus, I think I added up 115 years instead of 20 to serve 15. So it's just something to think about. And I mean, it's already past 5 o'clock. So are y'all going to leave the offer open until you have withdrawn the offer before you even put it on the record to?
We communicated this to them last night, but if they did not accept it, then we would have withdrawn off.
All right, well, given that the state spent the entire day negotiating Mr. Williams' plea, ultimately unsuccessfully, I don't know if either Mr. Weinstein or Mr. Sharp would have been able to negotiate with you during today.
They would have, we didn't have any communication from Mr. Weinstein or Mr. And they rejected the offer.
Okay.
I did have communication with Mr. Abate today. I attempted to have
All right.
communications with the DA last Tuesday
Well,
morning, but she failed to show up for our meeting.
Any chance y'all might leave it open until 9 o'clock tomorrow?
Your Honor, I'll consult with the DA and if she wishes to read.
Okay. I mean, I have no idea whether they'd want to keep it, but I haven't, we haven't put it on the record, and I haven't ensured myself as the court that they understood what the potential sentences were up until just now. So I would appreciate it if she.
The judge wanted the trial to be over with. She said, leave the offer open and give them more time to consider it.
Would, so that they have the opportunity, having heard from the court, to talk to their attorneys. And they may still say that we're good, we're going forward, but.
We'll consult with the
All
district attorney, but as a.
Okay. So in the event that it is no longer open to you or that you decide to reject it anyway, I plan to start the trial again Monday morning. I'm going to have the jury be here at 9. I'm going to have us be here at 8:30. We're back to getting no sleep. So I'll see y'all at 8:30 regardless. Okay, now court is adjourned.
All right. Oh, Keith, thank you for waiting. They had came up out of nowhere.
No, it's okay. No, this what I first what I wanted to say. So is Young Thug coming home today? Like he's walking out a free man?
Yeah, yep, today.
Okay, that's so great.
Yeah, today.
You know what?
he's done.
I'm gonna tell you something. When I tell you my nails over here, like you know how you put some cuticle oil or cuticle softener on your nails.
All right, to stop from what?
When you get you a manicure. That's how my nails look right now. My two middle fingers ate up and my left thumb ate up. I've been biting my nails so bad to where they hurt.
They hurt. Hey, everybody
like
being
they
sitting there
hurt
kissing me.
so bad. Like I'm into it with my husband right now because he didn't call him like, listen, I gotta talk to you later. I cannot talk to you right now. I have to listen to this stuff word from word. Like I said, you know how invested I am in this trial. I've been watching it since day one. Whew, and Lord have mercy, my fingernails hurt. Do you hear me? They hurt so bad because I just said to myself, this lady is finna to give him the book. If he did not have Steele and Keith Adams for an attorney, he would be cooked on the basis of everybody signed on that RICO, like, saying, hey, I'm guilty on this charge. Even though they stipulated like to, them being a rival gang and all the violence and stuff like that. I'm just saying to myself, yeah, Paige ain't finna buy that.
Yeah.
She not finna buy that. And I just thank God that, she found it in her heart to let that man go. And the last part when she said, I don't know if they told you or not, but I'm going to allow you to keep your passport. Like, that was just so heartwarming. I said, because Love them wanted to end, they wanted to finish him.
Right.
Paige was more fair than I thought. Yes. And when Young Thug, I'm gonna say Jeffrey, when Jeffrey went up there and he told her, like, I thank God for you because you have been more fair with me, or whatever he said, like, he really meant that from the bottom of his heart. Because if Glanville would have been up there, Glanville was not gonna buy it. But I thought Paige wasn't gonna buy it neither. It would have been they would have been finished. I'm gonna say he would have been finished, and the rest of them too. Whatever they did and what they was doing when he was on that stage, I'm gonna say that stage. He was just letting the state just do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, he definitely was. And I will say when it first started out, I was definitely against it because, giving the judge that much power to decide with a broad range of punishment she can choose from is not a good idea. But once I heard that the state themselves offered probation, I was like, okay, wait a minute. If the state offered probation and the defendants were willing to agree to the probation, the only thing that was mixed up, the confusion, was whether he was going to have a special condition where he admitted to being the leader of the gang, and he didn't want to do that. That's the only thing that y'all couldn't agree on. Then why not keep the conditions that both sides agreed to, which was the probation, and then let the judge just decide the special condition? And it worked out in both parties' favor. He's gonna be a convicted felon.
Listen, I ain't trying to cut you off, but if you rewind it back just a little, when Love said he stole a ring or something, Jeffrey looked at her like, B, I ain't stole no ring.
Wait, say that again.
I said, if you rewind it back just a little, when Love was reading it off and she said something about him stealing the ring, he side-eyed looked at her. He will get to walk out the courtroom and leave with his family. Yes, but hold on. I want to Monica comment. Baby, when they got done with him, he was trying to go, baby, he trying to run to Mariah and to the family and everybody else. They trying to hug him. He like, yeah, let me get this little hug in, but hey, look, I'm trying to go.
Right, because normally the way it happens, you don't just walk out of court. You have to get processed because you're still in the custody of the sheriff. You have to get processed. So more than likely, he's going to be released from the actual jail, not just leave the courtroom. That's how it normally works, unless they're going to put in an exception for him. But I am curious to see if we're going to have any press conferences, either from Young Thug, Brian Steele, Fonnie Willis, the DA Love, Hilton, like where the press conferences at?
They lost. Ultimately, like, you know, Fanny, whatever her name is, like, you know, it was a win. It was a win-win on both sides because she did get convictions, like, you know, as far as like, you know, people pleading out to the charges, but they took a big loss too.
A big loss.
They took a big loss too. Like they most definitely like took a big loss. Like they took the biggest loss they could have took, and it showed in Love's face. Like it showed in her face. The thing about it is, y'all had y'allself a case. They had a case. They had theyself a case. If they would have charged all those people one by one for what they did and convicted them of their crimes singly, they had their case. You get what I'm saying? Just by y'all want to try merge all this in and do all this stuff. Y'all wanted to do all this stuff together, and when it's more parties involved in a situation, like y'all gonna be doing so much fucked up ass shit, and they of course like they gonna call y'all out on it. And the thing about it is, by it being 6 people up in there, and y'all trying to try this all together, it's always gonna be a effort. And you know that's what they did because they had themselves a case. Of course, YSL is a gang. I don't care, like, and I always said, like, you know, I ain't trying to take up for Thug because, you know, he'll rap and stuff like that, but, you know, just the stuff that we sing, and then, I mean, we sing, but, you know, sometimes people be followers as well, like, you know, they want to follow the other person because they doing this and they doing that, but they had a case, they had a good case, too.
Let me let Pika Juster jump in there, and then Keys Mobile if you want to go after her.
Okay, I'm gonna go back on mute. I'm gonna be listening.
Okay, all right, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How
Okay.
you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank
Man,
you.
it's been a long road, man. We got to find something to watch. But no, we still, if they don't take the plea, we still got to watch them too. But
Oh yeah, we're gonna watch them too now.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna leave them hanging. But the thing is, will the networks continue to cover the trial?
Right.
They have the cameras in the courtroom.
Right, yeah, that's true. So I think that a lot of pieces are being missed here because some of us weren't watching this when it first started. They couldn't try them separately because a lot of these cases they had already been adjudicated. These guys had already done their time for a lot of these stuff that they brought up, so they couldn't try them. The RICO was so they could bring this stuff back up. If y'all were listening to Steele, he was telling us, hey, like this can't be right because you're trying people for the same cases over and over again. But at the end of the day, I was scared, man. I was like, I know he is not giving his life over to this lady. But I think that this dude betted on himself and said, I'm ready to go. One, he does have a kidney issue. I think he has a kidney issue.
Okay.
I remember him getting sick. I remember him getting sick a while back. But I hope Stillwell and them, I don't think Stillwell and Kendrick committed these crimes. I think the people that committed these crimes are already home. One of them is dead. Like, so I think that I don't think YSL is a gang. That's when you grew up in gangs, you know that they don't operate like a gang. They operate like a bunch of little boys trying to emulate what they see everybody else doing. That doesn't make them a gang. That makes them a bunch of young little boys doing what they seen other people do. I'm proud of this young man. I hope he takes this, get out of here, go on back to his life. Like he said, I think the worst thing he did for himself was trying to help people that didn't want to help themselves. Hopefully a lot of black boys, a lot of black girls are watching what happened here and are recognizing the street does not love you. If you get up in these people's buildings, they're going to turn you every which way but loose.
So
Yeah, I agree, and like I said, I don't know his personal conditions. That's something that he knows, and he probably knew like, hey, I'm in pain, my kidney. You obviously you need your kidneys, and he probably said to himself, "There's no sense in me winning the battle and losing the war. There's no sense in me, for example, dying in the jail just to say, oh, I stood on my principles." I mean, his goal was to not only come home, but come home, alive and in good health. So if he felt like, hey, I cannot do another 3 months, my body just won't allow me to do that. Between that and the stress of my family, my kids want me home, there's so much going on, so much on me. Then I better go ahead and go home while I see myself having a chance. And I think, and it is on Halloween day. He might say, "Hey, this is my day. I'm doing it now. It's now, never." And he did it. He did it.
Yeah, like Monica just said, kidney problems might be from the lean, because I think Rick Ross is, if I'm correct, I believe they said that's why Rick Ross has to take medicine from them drinking that stuff. Yeah, so hey man, again, we still got ways to go, because if Stillwell and Yak don't take their deals, but at the end of the day, man, God is showing out for these boys, giving them the opportunity to get out, go do something good with your life. Love, and I know Love and them is pissed.
Oh, yeah.
Because this did not go the way they wanted it to go. So y'all know that lady is mad. She's not going to get what she wants. She's not going to become DA of anything. Fulton County, like anybody that's in this chat with Fulton County, y'all gotta take responsibility for your lives and get these people out of this. Y'all have a way to get rid of them. Vote them out. They don't mean you any good. Like that lady, I can't remember her name, said the other day, all this money they wasted on this trial could have been used to help them kids that they got up here on their high horses talking about saving. But they're not putting nothing in to save them. We got to save ourselves and stop ending up like this and letting these people run our lives like this. But again, man, I'm proud of you. We got to find something else to watch, dude.
Oh yeah. And if you have any suggestions that you could think of, any trials that you think that we're all like, let me know. And I definitely don't mind. But if the cameras stick around, I do not plan to leave a man behind. I do not plan to leave these boys hanging. Bring them all home, or at least
we're gonna have to keep watching.
And from my understanding, I believe, if I heard correctly, that they offered Demonte Kendrick 20 years to serve 15, which is that's a lot. I mean, he only got credit for 2-3 years. He's gonna be in there for a while if he took that deal. And then Shannon, they really don't like Shannon.
Man.
They gave him they offered him 60 years to serve 40. That's insane. Is that really a deal at that point? Why not go to trial?
I agree, but I really think Shannon done some of the stuff that they accuse him of. When you go back and read, like the Huey boy, they really did some of the stuff that they, there's a reason why they up here. They was really doing some of this crazy stuff. But hey man, hopefully he get a better deal. And again, like I said, get a chance. They older now, so maybe they won't act up. If I remember correctly, his kids have not seen him since he got locked up.
Right.
Because he didn't want them at the jail. So if I remember that correctly, these kids haven't seen this man almost 3 years. And that's sad. So I can understand why he did what he did. And
right. I think he can walk away with his head held high. I think he knows his own situation better than we know it. As we know, some people have literally died because of lean and they're not getting the proper medical care. We know he's not getting medical care in the jails, but now he's probably going to have access to the best doctors in the world. So now he can really get his body back on track and actually live so he can be there for his kids. I mean, he gambled, but we don't know. Did he really gamble with his life by not throwing himself on the mercy of the court? Or did he know that if I don't do this now, even if Paige gives me life in prison, I'm not going to survive with my kidney issue. So I might as well roll the dice. I don't know, but hopefully he can give us more insight whenever he speaks. I know people gonna be interviews gonna be coming left and
Man.
right. You ain't gonna be able to get a hold of them.
No, you know, them interviews about to be crazy. The
They about to be
money
crazy.
waiting on an album.
Go to Miss Sylvia's channel. I think she interviewing Brian Steele now.
Okay, I will.
You know, these interviews about to be popping. But I'm gonna get off. So keep moving them. Hey, man, I'm proud of you again. Like I said, I'm proud of you, dude. Let's keep going.
All right, thank you so much. Definitely appreciate you. Take care of yourself.
You too.
We're gonna be around probably, maybe Monday we'll be back.
I gotta go get some work done. I didn't do nothing.
Okay, exactly. Me neither, right? I got you. All right, see you later. All right, bye. All right. Yeah, so I don't see any interviews going on over there on that channel right now, Keys.
It just came. I just pulled it up, but I don't know. I didn't turn the volume up. But
I don't see him.
I'm gonna tell you if she gets him on there. If this was just clickbait,
Right.
But
Yeah,
anyway, I agree with her, but I'm just so happy. I believe. Okay, well, let me start here. I believe that this was an eye opener to me for parents to be more aware, get more involved, because these kids was running around. A lot of them weren't, at all had any, I feel like no parenting involved, number one, but that's that's another story. But I'm just excited that somebody said in the chat, nobody really won. And that's true. But I think today was a win for justice, even if it was in a plea, because we've seen them be berated in front of everybody. And, somewhat they was trying to humiliate them, and I think people forget he was not charged with murder. So, but he was getting ready to suffer the brunt of all those things. And like he said, and his attorney said, you try to help people. And yeah, they're walking out the courthouse right now, Adams and Brian Steele on her channel. And the dad is behind them too.
Okay, let me know if you hear any conversation with him on the screen.
They get ready to talk. The cameras is out there. Go to Sylvia's channel.
Okay, let's see.
They got like 3 different. I see mics. I see a lot of mics out there, and they're getting ready to speak.
Oh, okay, so it might be like a whole press conference.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'm just seeing.
Okay.
It's live on her channel, and it's a good view from her channel too.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm gonna push mute while you go to it.
All right. Thank you. So y'all, it's gonna be crazy because those guys that's left, it's gonna be crazy. Let me see something right quick.
They're waiting for the helicopter to fly over so they can talk. I see Atlanta News First is there too.
Okay, let me see Atlanta News. Let me see.
And Fox 5 just hit my phone too.
Okay. All right.
He talking about the DA.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Give me a second. Let me do it like this. We go to the news. I think they have it in the front view.
All right, if y'all don't mind talking us through the decision to make a plea and just how today ended up going and transpiring.
Well, this was excruciating because
hopefully, in our collective opinion, Jeffrey would have been found not guilty of everything. So this is very painful. But that's another 3 months or so in custody. And he wants to go home to his family. And negotiations totally broke down with the district attorney's office. Horribly broke down. And at that point, we believe that justice would be found with the honorable court. And Jeffrey just wanted to go home. How agonizing it is to know that we've spent a year trying a case where the prosecutors have put on lies, knowing lies, hiding evidence, is insane in 2024 in the United States of America. And the only reason that this got revealed is because of you people. You people brought the truth to the community because nobody knows this. This is not the only courtroom it's happening in. And I just want to thank all of you. I especially want to thank Jeffrey for letting me represent him. I think he's a wonderful person who does wonderful things and will continue to do things even greater. I cannot express to you how Shaquille Kokomo, how Trisha Renard, how Haley, how my wife Colette, how Bram, how countless people, but especially Miss Courtney Edwards, has worked without sleep for 3 years representing Jeffrey and helping him. I will never be able to stand with anyone more ethical, honest, hardworking, insightful, intelligent, and kind than the Honorable Keith Adams. The gentleman to my left is the best lawyer in the country.
Mr. Steele, do you think prosecutors negotiated in good faith at all during any of these negotiations?
Let me take this one. Let me answer that. The short answer is no. This is a case that possibly could have been resolved if folks were reasonable. But we did not believe that we could enter into good faith negotiations with people who wanted a case resolved in a manner simply to save face. And Jeffrey Williams was not going to say things that they wrote for him, that they wanted him to say, that was their theory when it wasn't true. And so good faith, no. I don't believe we were ever really negotiating in good faith. And you've been here the past year that this case has been on trial. You've seen the numerous motions for mistrial. You've seen the behavior of the state. You've seen the dishonesty. You've seen everything being hidden. You've seen things come out in court in front of you. And so you know what kind of prosecution we were dealing with. And that's okay. You know, Mr. Steele and I have fought through this the past 2.5 years. And as he said, we ultimately decided we were going to put our faith in the court as opposed to the folks on the other side of the aisle. And, you know, the best thing out of all of this is that Jeffrey Williams, in a very short period of time, will be home. And that's all we've wanted from May 9th, when they went and picked him up and have held him in jail without a bond for the past 2.5 years. He'll be home shortly.
Keith and Brian, this either one of you can answer that. 2 questions for you. First off, you go into a blind plea, you don't know, right? There's nothing for sure. What was your emotions like when you guys went into that? I would imagine the conversation, you kind of take us into the room before you went out into court, with the conversations going back and forth. Obviously, I know there's attorney-client privilege, but it's a big decision.
Well, I didn't want to give up the jury trial, but that was a decision made. And once that decision was made, we were just thankful that there are people like the Honorable Judge Whitaker who understands what a trial is like and what it should be like. And I cannot thank the Honorable Court for being here and coming in. She is not our first judge, but she's the first time we received justice.
Mr. Adams, this is your second high-profile RICO case here in Fulton County. Do you think that maybe the prosecutor's office is abusing that statute? And what are your opinions of RICO generally?
I have, for the 30 some odd years that I've practiced law, always believed that if you, as a prosecutor, think that someone has committed a crime, you charge them with the crime, you put it in front of a jury, and then you do it fairly and let the chips fall where they may. The courtroom is not the place to get adventurous, to get inventive, to think, well, we don't have evidence on him for any of these incidents, but maybe, if just maybe, we tie him up in a RICO and put him with people who may have committed crimes, we can get him that way. That's an abuse. And so, yes, for some strange reason, the Fulton County DA's office seems to be in love with RICO. And my honest opinion is that they're in love with it because it makes it easier for them to try and convict people that they otherwise could not convict. And that's what was happening here. We're fighting a mountain, reams of evidence, most of which didn't have anything to do with us. And so is it an abuse? I think it is. There are better ways to, and I used to be a prosecutor, right? And I can tell you that there are better ways to prosecute cases than the way this case was prosecuted.
You guys obviously rejected initially what the state was going to offer. What is there some details you can give us? Because it sounds like from what you guys decided in court, I mean, it's still pretty strange that there's a lot of different details. But what was the state asking for that you guys rejected?
I'm not going to get into plea negotiations because they are privileged under statute, but it was outrageous. They would let him out of custody, but they would have a tether around him so tight that is unconscionable.
And how are y'all feeling about what the sentencing is, especially with not being able to be in Metro Atlanta except for specific parameters? And how is Mr. Williams feeling about that decision?
You know, we're okay with the sentence. There comes a time in any case, if a person is sentenced, that we're out of the courtroom, and now what happens to that person is entirely up to them. Jeffrey Williams is a fantastically talented man. He is a great person. He's become a great friend over the course of the last couple of years. And he has the ability, the incentive to go forth and do everything he needs to do to put this behind him. And we're confident that he will. One of the questions you asked a little earlier was, what was that feeling like stepping into a courtroom to do what's called a blind plea, not knowing what's going to happen? You know, it's a scary feeling for all involved. There's probably no feeling quite like that other than sitting in a courtroom waiting for a jury to come out and tell you what your fate is. But we walked in there knowing that we were in front of a fair tribunal and being comfortable that the right thing was going to happen, and the right thing did.
What do you think about your client just serving as a role model? Obviously, as part of the agreement, he's going to be participating in the community, doing events, things like that. Obviously, he has a huge reach for what he does for a living.
I've known Jeffrey Williams. I've defended him for over a decade. I have been with him where we go to young children, children in need, children who are going down the wrong way. And he tells exactly what he's going to continue to say. He tells everybody, this is not a good life. We have to stop the generational disaster that is plaguing the community. And although right now I'm successful, I'm a product, but every one of you can get out. And he always stresses education. Jeffrey Williams is a great person, a great role model, and he will do even better now, hopefully, if you allow him and his words to get out. As far as how Jeffrey's feeling now, he knows my feelings, which I'm not going to reveal for attorney-client privilege, but this is not the same as the not guilty verdict. That should have been rang. But nobody here wakes up every day on a concrete floor that they're calling his bed, gets up at 4:15, gets shackled at his feet, his waist, and his hands, comes to the Fulton County Courthouse to be on concrete, eating out of a bag. Doritos is his meal of choice. And then coming to a courtroom and sit there with a leg chain on him every single day and hear lie after lie. So for Jeffrey, go home today and not have another 90 days or 120 days of it, he is very happy, thankful to the honorable court. So to answer your question, this was not what I wanted. I don't believe that it is just. But I believe that under these circumstances, it is justice for Jeffrey Williams, and he is delighted, as are we. I'm thankful.
Can I ask you, you were standing right next to him as he was addressing the judge. What seemed like a very sincere apology to her, or apology to the court and what happened, what has gone on. How did you feel standing next to him, knowing him for the last decade as a attorney for him, about what he was saying and what he was telling the judge?
Jeffrey Williams is being truthful. That is his heartfelt feelings. He feels so bad for the loss of life, and he feels bad that people are taking his music or his social postings and making it into violence. That is all promotion. That is not a symbol of go hurt somebody. So I hope I've answered your question directly, but how I felt, I've heard that from Jeffrey over and over again.
You called out a lot of challenges in this trial based on the prosecution's points. Do you have any message to, the co-counsel that for now is still on trial, or what's left of this?
Oh my God, they are phenomenal lawyers, and I'm confident if you keep going, which I assume you will see some great lawyering. They don't need my help.
And the truth is, they've been there with us for the past 2.5 years. They're aware of what they're up against. They are totally capable of handling it. And I presume we'll step in from time to time because, in this fight in the past 2.5 years, we've been together. So we needed something, they've been there to assist. And if they need something, we're happy to step right back in and assist. But they're great lawyers. Max Shard, Doug Weinstein, those gentlemen are in great hands. They'll be fine.
I will say this, I think it is wrong and it needs to be fixed that an innocent man is arrested on May 9th of 2022, is denied bond, and has to plead guilty and nolo to get freedom after 2.5 years in custody. That should not happen. Nobody should be on trial. Jurors, think about what they're going through. Nobody should be on trial like this. And if Mr. Williams didn't have the resources, this never happens well for anybody. So I think it's an abuse to answer the AJC's question. I think it's an abuse of the statute of RICO to do this to people.
Is it fair to say you don't believe justice was served today?
I believe that Mr. Williams is home, and I'm delighted. Justice would have been served on May 8th of 2022 if the grand jury no-billed his indictment. That would have been just. And it's wrong to be under investigation. He's been under investigation for 15 years. 15 years by task force of federal government and local government. Think about that. Think about your children doing that. And that's okay. If it's okay with you all, then we should really start moving to another country. I want to thank everybody so much for everything you do. I cannot thank you all, because without you guys, this just keeps rolling in injustice. It's got to end. The criminal justice system, the presumption of innocence, the Brady rules, the ethical rules, they have to survive. Otherwise, we all are victims of this. Anyone can sit in that seat next to Keith Adams. Thank you all so much.
And no one sees it unless you guys do what you do. But I tell you what, there is a whole world of people out there who have watched this trial over the course of the past 2.5 years. The past year that we've actually been in the courtroom trying the case, who are much more educated to how things work, and unfortunately, sometimes how things don't work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Right. Brian still mad as hell. He mad. he's mad. Brian still want to win. And some people might say this is a win. His client will be at home tonight hugging his children. But Brian still wanted a clean victory, a clean win. I mean, not only for Young Thug, not only for his reputation as an attorney, but to really, stick it to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, to show Fonnie Willis, to show Adrian Love and Simone Hilton that when you try to be corrupt and unjust and you come against me, we will not back down. So I think Brian still really wanted to come out with a not guilty. He said it. he's going home, but it's not the same as a not guilty verdict. And I understand. Oh my goodness, I come across so many prosecutors who think that they can just throw they weight around and they have no consequence for it. I remember my client was facing 25 to life, and I went to the DA's office, and he leaned back in his chair, and he was because my client wanted a probation offer, and the DA was entertaining it. But when I got there, he's leaning all back in his chair, back and forth, saying, "No, we're going to do some prison, minimum 25." And I was like, "No," I said, "You wasting my time." And I grabbed my coat off of the back of the chair and walked out the door. I said, "I see you at trial." Went to trial and won. And I was so glad that my client was willing to fight all the way through. Now, had he accepted a plea deal, I would have understood. But I'm like Brian Steele. You didn't ran over my client, mistreated him, held him in custody without bond, talked bad about him. You're still telling lies, even at the plea deal. You want his family of the victims that's not connected to him to read statements, victim impact statements that have nothing to do with Young Thug. And I'm sure the DA is going to release some type of statement or do a press conference. So I understand why Brian Steele is so mad right now, but his client trumps him. And you can't do nothing about that.
And I get it. I get it from both sides, but I still get the part, like, for one, I get it but you got to have that fight in you too. Right. And I don't think, this was like as far as he wanted to go, and especially being in protective custody. So you're not with anybody. So that's a mental thing too, that'll work on your mind, as well as his health and the conditions, just the fact that you're always by yourself.
Yeah, and like Steele said, sleeping on the floor, eating a bag of Doritos, because I'm sure the Doritos tasted way better than his jail food. So I understand. And somebody said probation is not freedom. Yeah, it's not freedom, but at least he can get medical care. He can start working again. He gets to hold his kids and be with his, I believe, girlfriend.
Yeah, not only that, she gave him, for what he does, she pretty much allowed him to, do what he does.
Right. Just stay out of trouble.
Yeah, and so what more can you ask for? A lot of people be on probation and they can't do nothing.
Right.
So as far as that goes, I feel like he still won on that level too, because he still can work. He'll still be able to do things. He won't be confined to not being able to travel.
Right.
There's just, and then he's not, I like the fact that he doesn't have to be in Atlanta. Another thing, because it's not anything good that can come, out of that and stuff. So I just feel like it'll put him in a better position to win versus losing.
Right. Yeah, I definitely agree. And she said basically, and I have that happen from time to time. Somebody want to move to a different county or different state, and that's okay. She said, go to any state. Your probation can transfer it with you. We're not even going to hold you hostage in Atlanta, in Fulton County. You can go where you want to go. So I think she was fair in that regard as well. So I know we've been hard on the judge, but she actually showed some decency today to let this man go home. Enough is enough. And
I want to take back some of the things I said, because we kind of was like, she don't know nothing, she ain't aware. But to me today, she showed how much she was aware in what the culture is as far as rapping, and that that really was kind of taken off the I feel like she understood it for sure when she said it's like a wrestling match. You you call your partner out and act like you can't stand them, your ops or what have you. But I felt like that really was a light bulb moment for me, as far as, because I was hard on her, but I feel like she was aware at some point.
Right, and she kind of announced that she knew his status, his impact, not only across the country but across the world, and that's probably why she was holding on to this case, and why she never wanted to declare a mistrial. She knew that this was going to be a big case, and she knew his reach. I wouldn't be surprised if she Googled to see his network, how big he is, who knows him, before she accepted this trial. But before I get too far down, let me say thank you to What's Up with Miss W for the $25 on Cash App, and also to 313 The Best Side for $10 on Cash App. That's really kind. Y'all didn't have to do this. Y'all always support me, so I really thank y'all for that. And also thank you to Monica for gifting a membership. I don't know who got that membership, but if y'all got that membership and y'all in the chat, please tell Monica thank you. Thank you, Monica, for doing that. If they are not in the chat, because sometimes they give memberships to people that's not here today. And also, No Weapon Formed Against Me, $5. Thank you, TalkThatLaw, for sharing. Blessings, my brother. Thank you so much. Definitely appreciate it. And sorry you had so many commercials. YouTube controls that in the algorithm. I have no control over that. YouTube does it automatically. So I hate that you have to go through that, but thank you for sticking it out with me. And thank you too, Keys, because I know you were saying commercial. Like, hey, I have no control. So
I said I'm posting every time a commercial come. I'm posting it in the chat.
And I'm every time I see it, I'm laughing. I'm like, man, look here. When I first started YouTube, I ain't know nothing about no YouTube Premium and this and that, but I had to get it because I was streaming. So there's no way we could be watching my stream and go to a commercial. That's really bad. Thank you, Miss Lou Rose, for gifting another 10 TalkThatLaw memberships. If y'all in the chat, Miss Lou Rose have been gifting memberships back to back to back to back.
I know that's right. Thank you.
Thank you for telling her. Thank you. So if y'all one of those 10 people and the other additional from Monica, 11 people, if y'all don't mind telling her thank you, if y'all here, because I know now that sometimes people may not be here, but if y'all spin the block and next time y'all watch this later and we come on live, if y'all don't mind telling her thank you, then I definitely will appreciate that. I do see a few other people. Keys, you more than welcome to stick around if you have the time. I'm just gonna let
you go ahead and let them up. I always get up when I'll try to wait and see, and if don't nobody come up, I'm gonna come up. But no, go ahead. I'm about to get in the bushes and listen to the.
And if you don't mind,
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And we're gonna have to, maybe one day we can do my son's story, talk about that and little stuff or whatever.
Yeah, I would definitely love to do that. And if you see any press conferences, Fonnie come on, or anybody from the DA side that does an interview,
I'm gonna alert you. Yes, I'm gonna alert you.
If we still here. Okay.
Yes, I sure will.
Definitely appreciate you. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, man. Thank you. All right. Miss Nikki D.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. So what are your thoughts?
So I just want to say that I had spoke with you last week, I believe, and I asked you what was the significance of them saying free quay. And I don't know if you remember me, but you explained to me that it was just standard process that you can't do that. That's
right.
Inappropriate. Okay. So now we fast forward. I don't know if you remember this, but I told you, I said, I find it interesting that the judge is being so flippant. Like, I would like for her to be more, concrete in her judgment. And fast forward a week later, and Paige clocked in. Paige is on the job. Paige
Clock it. Clock it.
Paige, excuse me, Judge Reese Whitaker, she has clocked in. Okay. Today she said, this week she said we're going to work. Okay,
on.
because I am tired of y'all foolishness. In her words, I'm here to fix your sloppiness. So let's get this done. And I think today was very pinnacle of really what the state had. And I'm glad that Brian was able to articulate all of their missteps, because I feel as though it should have been quantified. They say a lot like, oh, they did it a lot. No, they had 64 mistrials. They had 15 evidence violations. They had, in this, I don't know what it's called, when Miss Love was just talking, she said 5 things that was wrong. And he's like, no, let's go through them. Let's talk about what's really happening. Let's get down to the nitty gritty of it. And Paige said, I don't want you influencing the youth with negative lyrics, which I agree with because I have a child. I want you to be a productive member of society that you already are. I don't want you out here fugazing around with Woody and, you know what I'm saying, all them people. I want you to be a representative, and I want you to be the leader that you are. And I think that she made a great decision.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Judge Whitaker. I guess we give her a couple of days off from being Paige, unless she starts tripping again on Monday.
No, she
But
is Judge Reese with
but
it. Yeah.
but she did do good. I guess she was tired of us talking about her because I was upset with Moon Toon, the way she handled that. I was upset with a lot of the things that she did throughout this trial. But I will say that for her to bounce back, she sent Moon Toon to prison for 5 years, but she bounced back and let Young Thug go home. And we got to remember, not only that, she took into consideration that the prosecutors themselves just this morning were offering probation. But all of a sudden, he didn't do what y'all wanted him to do. One thing, he didn't say he was the leader. And all of a sudden, you say, okay, well, you don't want to say you're the leader? Fine, we're going to take probation off the table. We want you to get 45 years served, 25 or something crazy like that. It's ridiculous. And I think the judge saw right through that. And I think that was really a good opportunity for her to use. So now people can't say she's soft on crime. Now she has an scapegoat. She can say, I only gave what both sides had already agreed to, minus the one thing of him saying he was the leader. So she pretty much made the deal come together. So they can't come after her and say she's soft on crime. She shouldn't be voted back in the office, or she shouldn't be on the Supreme Court of Georgia if that's what she's trying to do. I think that she brought the agreement together that they already were negotiating, even though Brian Steele was like, he wasn't with it at all.
No, Brian said he ready to fight tomorrow. Brian, please.
He ready to fight. He said, hey, who else need my services? I want to come back.
Brian said, I'll be in the appellate court next week. What we doing?
Brian want to go in there. Go ahead.
No, I'm just being silly. I think that I agree with you that she's thinking of the long term and her impact with Fulton County and those voters, and how they can look when they go to those ballots. If they have been watching this case and they see the, her judgment calls, and they would want her to, ultimately represent, their state in the Supreme Court. And, so I agree with that. I just find it funny.
Hold on. Did Miss Lou Rose, did she not backdoor and gift another 10 memberships? Hold on now. I gotta see who's getting these memberships, because I don't see no thank you. So maybe y'all not in the chat today or what. But thank you so much, Miss Lou Rose. Let me see
No,
who got these memberships.
I told you they are in the chat. That's the way they select the memberships, by them typing a lot. So they just need to say thank you.
Well, I want to say thank you.
Wow, let me see. Okay.
And thank you to Miss LaRose for gifting them the memberships as well.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Hey guys.
Hi,
happy Halloween.
We saw Ian. He is such a cute boy. We
Oh,
saw him earlier. We're at my niece Kendall. Kendall, can you say hi?
Hold on a second. Let me see something. Right here.
And you can tell too, like when Brian did that interview, like in his face, you can tell, like, you know, he was just like drowsy and just over it, you know?
Yeah.
He just looked like he was just restless, like, oh, yeah. So you're right, another 3 months. We can't go through it because my body little. I can't take it no more.
Well, wait a minute. Who you say? What name you just said?
Mr. Brian Steele.
No, I think Brian still wanted to keep the fight going.
Oh yeah, he
No.
wanted to go to court. So
I
Brian said take it to
know.
trial.
I said he, you know, I said the way he looked so restless, like in his face. I said, I know he just like, yeah, 3 more months. My body probably can't even take it. But I know he wanted to go more.
Yeah, but I don't know if that was a restless look or that was frustration because him and his client, you know, didn't see eye to eye. And I think he's mad. He's not mad per se at Young Thug, but he's mad at the decision that Young Thug made by making a deal with, you know, the Fulton County DA's office. So, and I think Young Thug can stay out of trouble. I think he's gonna have no problem following his conditions. I believe after 3 years, Brian still said it's non-reporting status. That means you don't even have to report. As long as you don't get in trouble, you're good. And then after, I believe, up to 10 years, he can come back and say, hey, Judge, I've been doing good. Can you release me early? So I think that's gonna happen.
Yes, and you know, a lot of times, like when people have to spend, you know, 2 years and 3 years and stuff like that in jail, you know, it kind of changed them. Like, you know, it changed their whole way of thinking. Like, man, look, I just did almost 3 years. I know I can't do another 5 years, or, you know, I can't do this and I can't do that. And, you know, they try to do the right thing to like stay out of trouble. So I have faith in him and I have good faith in him. The thing about it is, he got to get away from Fulton County because that's his target. Think about it. He's been staying in LA and stuff like that. We ain't heard about him getting in trouble and stuff like that. Fulton County is his target.
Yeah, and I think it was best they stay away from the metro Atlanta area. My thing is they all should move out, start your own lives, because I don't put nothing past those cops. Those cops seem shady. Some of them that testified, and we already know the prosecution office is shady. And I wouldn't put it past them. They may try to set some up, plant some. I don't know. So the best thing for me to do if I was the defendant is to move out of your jurisdiction. I don't even got to worry about you.
I will get so far. And you know what's gonna be even better for still I'm gonna say Shannon and yet got it. When that not guilty verdict come out, I want Miss Little shit her pants. Do you hear me?
Oh man.
I do, like, and don't get me wrong, like, and I know it kind of sounds selfish of me because, you know, like I'm not, you know, saying nothing about the victims. Like, you know, I want them to have justice too. Like, I really do. But this can go so many ways, like how it was with Woody and Threat when Woody came in and twisted the whole story. Now it can be, oh, they just gave these people pleas and they let them go, and the real murderer was this person and, you know, that person. So now you done put this doubt in the jury mind now to say, hey, well, you know what? These people fought to the end, and, you know, maybe they not guilty or maybe they is guilty. Because we really didn't see a whole lot of evidence as far as the murder with Yet Got It. All we, you know, we seen him leaving out the store in that trench coat. But I mean, it's because this is thriller night. You know, and who's to say that they don't have more evidence, but like we get to the point of Donovan Thomas murder. Like, we didn't got past that point, right? In the trial.
Yeah, I mean, don't let love tell it.
Can I just?
I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. Paige got the bag. Paige got $40,000 in fines, and ain't nobody talking about it. I'm the only one that saw it.
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Paige got $40,000 or was it $45,000 in fines?
Because of echo. Yeah, but that ain't going in her
40.
pocket, though.
It's not going to her pocket, but it's going to her job. So
Oh, but talk that
they,
about. I ain't trying to cut you off. I want to say this, and Paige might got paid from Brian Steele to complete that deal, but I'm going on mute.
You never know. But yeah, the money.
I'm not trying to say she's embezzling. All I'm saying is that she did get. No one else had to pay a fine, unless I'm wrong. Unless TalkThatLaw. I'm sorry, I don't know your first name, but did anyone else pay a fine?
Right, but nobody else went home today neither.
Correct.
So I think that's a balancing skill for her.
It is.
You're not going to prison today, but at the same time, you're paying money back into the community, to the county. And I mean, let's be for real, $40,000 to Young Thug, she already knows is probably 25 cents to us. So she knows that that's not going to really just affect him. Like, what you mean? You don't think he can get $40,000 right now just for a 2-minute interview? What you mean?
Well, yes, I agree with you with that. But he's able to generate that income. But right now, for 2 years, he hasn't been able to generate income, and he's paying these lawyers at $400 an hour. You know, they've been in here for 8 hours for what? We'll just say 300 days, right?
Right, but normally
I
the
don't
way
want to count
fines,
their pockets.
normally
That's
the way
the finance
fines,
manager at me. I'm not.
right, but normally the way fines are, and it's just an echo. Normally the way the fines are, you have until your probation is over to pay those fines. So he's going to be on probation 10 years, so he has plenty of time to pay that. But like I said, I don't think 40 is going to be hard for him, especially now. He can drop any type of music, have any type of concert, and he's going to get that 40,000 instantly. So I don't think that's going to be an issue for him at all. Even if he has zero right now, I still think that he's going to be able to get that money easily. Like he said, he gives back anyway. He does concerts. He said one concert he got $1 million, gave it back, 700,000, gave it back. So I don't think he's hurting for her.
I don't either. And I'm glad that she is hopefully going to reinvest that and allocate it within the community. But I mean,
yeah, but I don't think that'll be her decision to do that.
Well, no, she's not the treasurer. No, you're correct.
Yeah, that'll be almost like paying to play. Give me money and then I'll let you out. Yeah, so yeah, they got to keep that separate. But I got you.
Okay, you see where I'm coming from. I did find it interesting that, she did inquire fines from him.
Right.
And
what about the state wanting to seize his properties and stuff?
Yeah, I found that weird. That was weird as I don't know what right there.
Yes, I said that because when Love started talking, I said out of everybody, we heard about 0 fines for Nichols, Ryan, who was the other person that took the Hill? We didn't hear about no fines for them, but then when they started ringing for him about the fines, and then we want him to forfeit his properties, like I was like, what?
Yeah, now the 40,000, that's one thing, but talking about taking his properties, no, hold on, that's a whole nother thing right there.
Yeah, and the judge didn't agree up on that neither. She didn't agree to that.
Do y'all remember what his property was? Do you remember what she said it was some, I want to keep this YouTube friendly, but cough syrup.
You said what?
It was cough syrup. It was things that people put up their nose. It was things that people hold in their hands with ammunition. It was jewelry. It was
his land. They want his land.
It was his property. It was assets. I think they are trying to recruit. I think they're trying to, financial. They're trying to get an ROI out of him. And I maybe it's the finance manager in me, but I think they're definitely trying to get an ROI out of him.
Now I think that may be different because a lot of times, a lot of agencies, if you agree to a deal and they seize that, then that can go back into the district attorney fund, the police fund. Now that money, and the way I think Fulton County has been mismanaging money. Y'all don't need another $1 million to put into your budget fund so you and Nathan Wade can go take another vacation, a trip. Leave that man money alone.
Correct. Correct. Because, and you know, it was nice of Jeffrey too to say that, you know, he will give $100,000 to the sheriff office. Because I said, oh, where's your little friend Fanny Pack at now? You stood at that press conference with her and how, you know, the jail's gonna be running smoothly and all this and that. Now they ain't giving y'all no money. So where your friend Fanny at now? That's when you know when you need these funds.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you need to be calling her up because she the one got her hands tied into the money.
Well, Paige trying to help her get an ROI. So, you know what that is, right? A ROI.
Return on investment?
No.
A return on investment. So
Mhm.
if they invested, let's just say $1 million, and he has property that's worth $1 million that's been seized, and it goes back into the DEA fund, then that's an ROI. If we're able to collect $40,000 from him in fines, that's an ROI. If we're able to get him to be on probation and pay $200 to $300 a month, that's an ROI. If we, you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
I mean, I got you to make it seem like it was worth their while. their while. But yeah, it's crazy. I am nervous for the other two now because you know they lost a whole lot of leverage, if you will.
Do you think so?
I mean, the biggest name in the trial and the leader is gone. Not only is he gone, he pled guilty. So that can have a bad look on the remaining defendants when the jury comes back. Like, where everybody go? Everybody pled guilty. They're gonna go home, Google it. Golly. And then these people have way more allegations than Young Thug had. The Diamante Kendrick and Shannon Stillwell. So now it's gonna be crazy. And then we don't even know what if the cameras leave the courtroom. What if Law and Crime and Fox and 11 Alive and Atlanta News First, they all take off and say, hey, we ain't covering this no more.
I think Doug gonna keep us posted.
Shout out to Tia.
Well, you said we gonna check Doug on Twitter.
Yes, we hopping on Twitter. I don't even have a Twitter account, but I'm gonna make me one. I'm getting on Twitter. That's what I wanted to say.
Well, real quick. Speaking of Twitter, according to Tia, Thugger Daily just said that his booking information has been updated to released. So hopefully we get to see him walk out of the jail any moment now. Hopefully they have cameras and stuff out there.
And they will.
Yo, yeah, you know it's somebody outside that jailhouse. So I'm gonna sit here a few more minutes so we can see that. But go ahead.
And what about this? This is what I want to know. Could the victims go after him for money? Because I don't remember like hearing that, but I know she was saying something about you're gonna have to accept one or the other. So it's like, okay, you can say that you was in the gang. Like maybe he accepted the fact that he was in the gang and and not being the leader. Like I don't think he accepted the leadership role, right?
Yeah, I think that's going to be tough if they can get around statute of limitations, because I'm not familiar with the statute of limitations in Georgia. But I mean, what family would sue him for what? Because I didn't hear him admit to anything that caused any violence to any particular person. I don't even think he pled guilty to that. They dropped the murder charges. So what the family's going to do? Come and say, hey, he pled guilty to killing my son, nephew, a family member, and when you really look at the paper, actually he did not plead guilty to that.
That's why Whitaker shut Love down when she said no.
Yeah.
He didn't he had nothing. He was not even charged with nothing about this murder. Like, and I felt so bad for Nut Mama. That they brought her. They, like I said, and I kept on saying, they used these people as a pawn. Mm-hmm. Y'all knew he was gonna plead guilty today because it's been going on. Like, he probably came up to a deal and stuff like that. and oh no, court not gonna start right now. Oh, look, mama just came in, so y'all was gonna try to use her to get her to come up there and cry and and plead and beg and ask the court to like sentence him to the maximum and stuff like that. And it's like I know that mother, like she's turned like damn, like once again we've been used, we've been used, like, because they being used. And for y'all to come up the second time and say, oh, I think da 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 da, and she still couldn't talk, like, I, like, feel so bad inside because, like, y'all done played me one too many times again.
And let me read this here. It does show on Thugger Daily's website from the Cobb County Jail, because that's where Young Thug was. It does show a release date, October 31st, 2024, 1832, 6:32 p.m. So, yeah, I want to see where he at. I want to see him walk out. That's going to be some good footage to see. I know he'll have a smile on his face. I know Mariah, I believe that's her name.
She's gonna be pregnant tonight. She's pregnant tonight. She's pregnant tonight. Yeah, she's getting pregnant tonight.
Oh man.
And that's another thing too. Like, I thank God that he had him a strong woman to stand by his side to support him through it all. And you know how most men do. They had a good woman and stuff like that. I hope she's worthy for him. And if so, I pray to God, he married her and they start them a family, and she just keep him walking on the straight path, because she was a good woman to him, we know. So I just hope she continue to, walk him down that straight path that he needs to be walked on. And another thing, I'm glad that the judge, submitted him to do random drug screens, because he don't need no drugs. He looks so much better without those drugs being put in his body.
Yeah, he had. I know his attorney said he gained weight, but I think some of it could have been healthy weight. Who knows?
He said he gained 75 pounds, but he lost it. Thug looked at him like, no, why you had to tell him all that? Man, we seen all them oranges you was eating and all the times you was sneaking that candy or whatever you was putting in your mouth. We seen all of that. He stayed eating, looking around this way, that way, putting food in his mouth.
Mr. Rose said, what y'all gonna do next? I mean, what we gonna do, chat?
What about have you seen the dude Quentin with the braids in his hair? The one we was talking about?
Yeah, what happened to him?
It started back up on November 5th, I believe. But I can email you the details. But I agree with the young lady that, I'm glad that he did have a woman next to him that supported him and his family, and he is a father, so his children are able to see their father and be with him, and he can, continue in their life. But Mariah, you can't be fighting the club because he on probation. So
who she fought?
Oh, you didn't see her fight a couple of weeks ago in the club? There was a lady there. Oh yeah, but that could have been isolated issue. I'm not gonna, highlight.
Oh, okay.
But I agree that, I'm glad and I'm blessed that he's able to get a second term on his life. And, I think that, like yourself and other people who are trying to educate, you educated me. I'll just speak for myself. You educated me with the law and how things work and knowing what should have happened and what did happen. I think that's a great testament to, the judicial system, because a lot of people don't like it, but sometimes it might work, sometimes it might not.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But I do thank y'all for coming up, and hopefully we get some more information in the coming days. I don't know, maybe they're gonna get him out a side door where we can't see it. I don't know, because I'm not seeing anything showing him being released. But I do thank y'all for coming up. I was gonna stick around, but we've been going a little bit over 4 hours.
This won't be my last thing to say.
Okay.
Continue with this YouTube channel. Continue to go live. Continue to stream. To stream. And we can go back and look at a lot of stuff, like, old stuff, or other trials, and we can talk about stuff in those trials, like, hey, like, y'all, today, or you can make a post or something and say, hey, look, if y'all got time, I'm about to watch this trial, and day 152 on this trial, and we can go and talk about how we felt about that day in that trial, or something like that, to keep it allocated and keep it going, like,
right.
And it don't matter what trial it is, like, hey, we're gonna go back and look at the Sarah Boone trial, and I think Karen Reed gonna have another trial. Like, we can just go and look at stuff that she gifted 10 more memberships.
Gifted 10 more memberships. Oh my God.
Baby, LaRose is popping.
Come on. She making it rain in the chat.
Yes, she is.
Somebody
because today it's a good day.
Why? It's a good day.
It's a good day. So like I was saying, we can just, we can do stuff like that to keep the viewers coming, and, to keep stuff going. We can.
Oh yeah, I don't plan
whatever, like,
yeah, for sure. I definitely
we can
y'all.
make us a bingo card, and you can maybe get a lot of people on the thing, and we can play bingo or whatever, to just do something so where we all here, we all can still talk, laugh, and giggle.
Yeah, and I definitely appreciate it. And we still have 2 more people. Like I said, they're gonna stream it. I don't plan on leaving them in the dark. And as we know, trials happen all the time. So I definitely don't plan on leaving y'all hanging, especially with all of these memberships coming out. This is crazy. I was not expecting this today, but she gifted 30 memberships, and so 30 of y'all should have said thank you if y'all here, and you already know you told me they are here. They in the bushes. So if y'all don't mind popping out the bushes and saying thank you to Miss Lou Rose, and I'm thankful to her daughter for bringing her over here. Your mom said, "What you gonna do now that this trial is coming to an end? What you gonna do?" But thank you so much for coming up. I definitely appreciate you.
One more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it's gonna be my last thing, and I'm gonna go. I pray to God that Young Thug go to. I'm gonna say all the right streamers. He come and he bless y'all with some cash, because you want to know why? If it wouldn't be for us people, and most definitely y'all, for streaming and stuff like that, we won't be knowing what's going on to even try to help him have a voice.
Yeah,
so
I definitely agree.
He should do something big for like all of y'all. Hey, we would like a little free little concert too, us that's in the back, but for y'all to, because if it wouldn't be for y'all and us,
right. I do agree. The public really pushed this trial.
We have pushed this trial.
Right. I do agree.
Hopefully he got some cooking up for, for the world.
For the world, yeah.
For the world. I'm gonna say for the world.
Who knows?
The ones who supported him. Hey, I'm gonna be in Chicago. My show gonna be such and such. It's free. Texas, it's free. Like, you get what I'm saying, baby? Do something for the world. But I'm gonna let you go.
Okay.
Good talking to you, and we're gonna keep this stream going.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. Definitely appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Somebody tell Keith thank you for coming out, but definitely appreciate her. She always come up. Keys Mobile always come up. Don't leave me hanging. And I know. Oh, she had already got off. It was another. Where did she go? She must say she had to go. I don't even see her in the chat. But thank you for coming up. She disappeared so fast. It was another person that wanted to come up, but I don't think they ever hit the link. But thank all of y'all for doing that, liking the video, and to the new people that subscribe to the stream. So thank y'all. And thank you to Miss Lou Rose again. This is good, y'all. For all of y'all to have memberships. Let me see. Back to back to back. Yeah. Y'all, I was trying to, and if y'all see anything on social media, let me know. I was trying to stick around just a few more moments to see if we can see Young Thug walk out the jail. So if anybody have any information on that, if y'all see anything on Twitter, any social media, let me know. Formerly known as Twitter. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let me see. Yeah. And Love, she really didn't want to tell the judge what the plea agreement was between the parties before they stopped negotiating. The judge said, "What was the plea agreement that y'all were working on? Put it on the record." Love wanted to say, "We offered a plea deal, but he didn't accept it." And I said, "What was the deal? What was that plea deal that he didn't accept?" I don't think she wanted to say it because she didn't want the judge to find out that they were willing to offer him probation. And they got mad because he didn't say one thing and then they wanted him in prison. So I think that was crazy. I don't know what Cali Blue. I don't know what you mean. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I got to join the ride. I'm glad I got on YouTube at the right time. Okay, so I don't see anything yet. I'm glad I got on at the right time. Because I know there's been so many trials in the past that had already went through. So this has been a journey. It's been a journey. So hopefully we can see him walk. I mean, it'll be good to see him walk out, his kids run, jump in his arms. That'll be good. That'll be some made for TV type of stuff. We need to see the little kids run up and say, "Daddy, Daddy." That would be some good stuff. Yeah. But right. She was trying to make it seem as bad as possible. Y'all heard her say all the stuff. She named out, she started talking about Donovan Thomas. I mean, all the stuff she named. But she failed to mention that just 30 minutes before it started, she was offering probation. She knew all the stuff she was reading. I mean, this stuff happened in 2015. She knew about Donovan Thomas and what she thought Young Thug did, his involvement, but yet you still was willing to offer him probation. You were still willing to offer him probation. But now all of a sudden he a bad guy. So Love, crooked. Crooked. Crooked as they come. Okay, okay. I'll say you mad. This must be one of Love people over here mad. You mad? You mad, Cali Blue, or what? Because you're writing some crazy comments. Is this Turn It Around Brown? in the chat, is this love? Oh man, but thank you again to 313 the best side. And to big thanks to what's up with Miss W. I know she changed her name. What's up with Mrs. W? Miss W. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is Young Thug free? Up? According to his jail record, which was just released, come back here, share this tab. Oh, is it gonna let me share it? Oh, wait. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Let me go back to Thugger Dailies. Okay, share that. Okay, yeah. And it shows that he was released at 6:32 Atlanta time. And right now, time is it in Atlanta? 8:14. So, but I'm surprised no one's seen him come out the court or the jail yet, unless they, shuffled him out a side door in about 3 black SUVs and shot off. 1832. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for popping in. Been a minute. Let me see. So he is free now, no jail time. That is correct. That is correct. Yep. A free man. And so right now, when we started the week, we had 6 people. Now we have 2. And those 2 people have been offered the most time out of everyone. Let me go back to my notes I typed here. So for Diamante Kendrick, he was offered 20 years, 15 to serve. He got to do 15 out of the 20, maybe the other 5 on probation. And then Shannon Jackson was offered 60 years with 40 years to serve. And Hilton and Love, they so mad. They said the plea deals that we offered expired. They expired at 5. After she had the judge read off, she put on the record the plea deals, only to tell the judge that they expired, which made no sense. Like, why would you have the judge try to pressure them into taking the plea deal when you say the plea deals are expired anyway? You're not gonna, even if they wanted to accept it, you're not gonna let them. They want to go to trial because they feel like they lost. They want to take these other 2 boys to trial. They want to get a conviction, so at least they don't come out looking crazy, which is probably too late for that. Sorry, I had to get some candy. Let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see right now. We're trying to get some footage to see where he at. Did he disappear? I mean, we got to remember he's been in jail over 2.5 years. Sleeping on a Brian Steel said concrete, eating Doritos. He want to go home, shower, and get some good rest in his own bed. I think he's gonna need a couple of days just to just to recalibrate. Go home and rest. Don't have no surprise. Welcome home party tonight. It's gonna be too much. You need to rest. And the last thing he want to do is come out and talk to a whole lot of reporters right now. I'm sure he'll do that at a later date. But where Fonnie at? Why Fonnie didn't do a press conference? Where somebody said the sheriff was at the courthouse. Where's press conference at? Where he is at? I guess it didn't really go the way they wanted. And some people can say there's really no winners here. You can say that. The family didn't get to speak. Even though I don't think it was appropriate. That wasn't the appropriate time for them to speak. And, you know, Young Thug didn't get 25 years in prison. Yeah, I think 100 hours of community service. I think for the first 3 years. Okay, they said Miss Sylvia said he doesn't want to be on camera. Thank you, Tia. Miss Sylvia said he don't want to be on camera. Like I said, he wore out. He is wore out. He wore out. I get it. He ready to go home. So do y'all know, did she say, has he left the premises or is he still at the jail? So is he still there, like physically there, or is he already like gone, drove away? That's what I want to know. Yeah, that was uncalled for to even have them come. Yeah, I remember when everybody was getting ready to go live and get situated, they were saying that the family was there. And I was like, why would that family be there? I found that to be strange that they were there. And now I see that they tried to rope it in. The prosecutors tried to rope it in to get sympathy. Cutie case I wouldn't want to be on camera. Yanni Pharaoh, hello, Thug Free. And a lot of y'all, they may say free Thug until it's backwards. I'm gonna give y'all a lesson in street terminology. What does it mean, free Thug until it's backwards? Well, free Thug, flip it around until it's backwards. Now Thug Free. So it's not free Thug no more. It's Thug Free. Free Thug till it's backwards. So if y'all see that on social media, I know some of my people ain't really just own it like that. Don't know the meaning of what that means. Now you know. Yeah, it's a lot. He been on camera enough. Thug tired and still taking it all in. I understand. Yeah, it's a lot. Queen said he been on camera for 2 years. Yeah. He tired. He tired. He tired. Thug Free. Well, y'all, we don't see anything. I mean, if he don't want to be on camera, I'm sure the guards will accommodate him. Oh man, I was hoping that we could have got something. Yeah, so he's out. Like, is he outside? He out where? Where is he? You know, where is he out at? You know, the free. I don't see nothing. Yeah, I understand he's out. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Yeah, I saw from Thugger Data that he's out. I was trying to figure out, you know, where is he physically? They are on the way to a secret location. Okay, so he already left. Right. Yeah, I saw that on. I know some of y'all in and out, but yeah, we had pulled that up. He already got into a car. He gone. Golly. And I get it. I get it. It's been draining. Somebody said he has to leave Atlanta. Do we got to leave right now? Yeah, he got to leave right now. We need him to give us a wave or something to the people in the back. Give us a wave. Oh man, this is wild. I think she with the family and the lawyers. Right. So he's gone. He's gone. All right, y'all. I guess we're not gonna be able to see him tonight. I hope that we were gonna get a chance to see him, but apparently they just snuck him through a side door. So we're not gonna get that view. But I mean, he's home, and obviously that's all that really matters at the end of the day, whether we see him or not. We're not getting yeah, I understand. He has to stay away. All right, free slime, free. All right, y'all, let me go. I know y'all got kids and grandkids and stuff. Y'all got to get out. Y'all be safe out there tonight. I definitely appreciate all of y'all. Again, what's up with Miss W and 313, the best side, for y'all being kind on the Cash App side, and also to Monica, gifted one TalkThatLaw membership, and that was really nice of her to do that. She didn't have to do that, but she did. And then no weapon formed against me came back with the 5. Thank you, TalkThatLaw, for sharing. Blessings, my brother. Thank you. No problem. And then Miss Lou Rose, back to back, gifted 10 memberships. Gifted another 10 memberships. Oh, she wasn't done. Gifted another 10 memberships. So if you're not in the chat now and you see it later, you stepped away, the next time we live, please tell Miss Lou Rose, thank you so much. I definitely appreciate that, for you always supporting the channel on the stream. Not only today you gifted 30 memberships, but the previous days you gifted so many memberships to the community over here. So thank you. Thank you so much for that. And to the people that came up and spoke, thank y'all. Yeah, thank you, Keisha. Definitely. Y'all don't leave me hanging. We all a family over here in the chat. Y'all gonna hit that link and we can at least talk. So thank y'all so much for coming up and supporting the people that like the video and the people that subscribe. Thank all of y'all. Somebody said give the kids some candy. All right, give them something. Oh, yes. Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks again to your mom. Definitely appreciate it. Somebody said, go get a kid some candy. Let me see what I can find. Let me see what I can find. All right, y'all. Definitely appreciate it. And I don't believe court is tomorrow. So Monday, I think we should be starting back. Either Monday, they may take a plea, or if not, we're going to continue with the trial. The jury will be back. So we just jump back in. Then let me make sure. I plan on coming Monday. Let me double check because was the 4th? Oh yeah, I think I can make that work. And Bruce said, "Don't forget the gaming chair. Right? Get a comfortable chair." 8:30 on Monday. Whoo, that's early. Okay, that's about 7:30 here. Yeah, Monday. Yeah, thank you, Keys. Yeah, I think you had stepped away, but I had pulled it up. Wait. Hold up, Keys. What you say they're about to show him getting out? I'll stick around if they're gonna show that. Let's see. They're about to show him. Okay, everybody's saying they're about to show him. If that's the case, I'll stick around real briefly just to get that glimpse to end all of this. I know it's been a long time coming. So y'all let me know the day at the jail they're about to show him getting out. They're about to show him getting out of jail. See, some people say he already left and already on his way to a secret location. I mean, like, he's gonna pull the car over. They're gonna have. Do they have the footage? Let's see. And again, thank you to the new subscribers. Thank y'all. So we get conflicting reports, y'all. They got a tour. Oh, okay. Well, where the bus at? Somebody said he was already gone. Yeah, I don't see. Let me see. I'm gonna type that in. I don't see that neither. I don't even see it. Nobody's posting anything about. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. I'll stay just a few more minutes just to see. If not, I'll just catch it on the back end. But if he was already released, why would he still be there? Unless they still processing him out. Yeah, I'm searching social media too, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. I heard Young Thug tell Judge Whitaker, I don't plan on seeing you again unless it's at a bar or something. Come on here. He said he don't plan on seeing again unless it's at a bar. Let me see. Okay, Tia said he's not out. Miss Sylvia said that the officer lied and told him he had just been released. He's still there. Oh man. Yeah, it's gonna be sticky for them. Maurice is locked from their law and crime. MAUR. I'm gonna need Maurice to turn his camera on. Is he, where is his camera at? Put a camera at every door. Get your tripod and put a camera at every door. Oh man. Let me see. And he might have been trying to do the camera people some favor, or the camera people do Jeffrey a favor by getting rid of the camera people. Jeffrey probably like, hey, tell him I'm going already. I don't know. Yeah, and I don't think she meant that in a bad way. It's not gonna go for you like it was for Mr. Williams, because they have to plead guilty to some serious charges, and the state doesn't have to reduce a murder to a voluntary manslaughter. So the judge would have to sentence you based on what you plead to. But the thing is, hold on. Let me do some right quick. See, where are my people at? Where are my Atlanta people at? Where are my Atlanta? Where are my Atlanta people? I could be wrong, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. We have nobody. Normally, you have a lot of fans out there with their own camera phones on live trying to see something. Shout out to Amy. Amy said the judge was still having to help the state. He actually take the deal. All right, y'all. We were trying to wait a few more minutes to see if Young Thug was going to walk out of the jail, considering he is a free man now and all. But that has yet to happen. Some people saying he's still there, some saying he left, some saying he don't want to even be on camera at all. So that might be an issue. And y'all let me know if y'all see any updates on social media or something like that. Let me know. And then we got to remember, not only do we have these two on trial, we still have what? A lot of people left. Let me see if I can find. Where's Grace? Grace. What is her name over here? Shout out to Grace King. I had seen this chart on her Twitter. So this was a chart. The ones that pled guilty, the ones that still pending trial, and then the 3 that were remaining. But since Young Thug took a deal, then let me move this over here. Since Young Thug took a deal, that'll just leave 2 people left. Shannon and Diamante. And then, well, we still got these people 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we still got a whole lot of other people that still need their own trials. And I wonder what they are thinking. Like, man, you know, all of them got deals. Young Thug is at home, and we're still sitting in here. But yeah. Somebody said he don't want them closed. Terry Morris. He don't want them closed. Yeah. All right, y'all. I tried to wait to see what was going to happen, but it might be another hour or so, and who knows? Or it could be 5 minutes. Soon as I hit the button to get off, they could come on and say he walking out. But in any event, we'll just watch it next time. We'll watch it next time. So it ain't a big deal. It's not a big deal. All right, thank y'all again. But I'm about to let y'all go. I'ma let you go. But before I go, let me give my legal disclaimer. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk the law. Thank y'all so much for all the support. Y'all have a good night, and hopefully I'll see y'all on Monday. Let's go.